All right, I believe I have started the stream. I will go ahead and click my live preview. Okay, yep, I am showing up well. All right, so I'm going to switch into the watch page, and I'm gonna play my stream, and I'm gonna mute myself. Is this working? Okay, I've got thumbs up, so it's got to be starting. It says starting soon, but it should be starting now. Well, is anybody there? Make sure the stream's working. Oh, there I am. All right. I have some audio going on. Yeah, there are people I've got there. Thumbs up. All right. Hi, everybody. I am going today to be playing Euro Truck Simulator 2 on my DK2. My DK2, you may be able to see the LED lights because my webcam is comparatively shitty compared to my regular camera that I use. So it doesn't have a proper infrared filter, so it can actually see through the IR transparent plastic. Anyway, so Euro Truck Simulator 2, to tell you a little bit about it. I'm just going to bring up a little monitor capture window here. There we go. So a little bit about Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator 2. So yeah, why is this on top of myself? That's not where I want to be. Move down. There we go. All right. So Euro Truck Simulator 2 is off 80% off on Steam right now. If you've been waiting to get it, it is a great time to get it. It's like $5. It's compatible with the latest Oculus runtime. They've kept it up to date the whole way ever since DK1. And I forgot to close my Skype. Whoopsie daisy. There we go. Goodbye, Skype. All right, what else I forgot to close? Dropbox. Get out of here. Don't take my bandwidth. By the way, I've got a pretty good connection here, as you can see. This is Comcast service here in Palo Alto, or Mountain View rather, and it's $150 a month, so it better be good. I'm getting about 30 megabits up, but I'm actually only encoding at like 9 megabits, which is what YouTube recommends for 1080p 60. It should be plenty. Anyway, so I've just announced this on my Twitter, and I'm going to talk a little bit about Euro Truck Simulator 2. So the premise of this game is exactly as it sounds. It's a game where you are a truck driver, and you're driving around in Europe because, you know, why not? And it was released in 2012. It, of course, didn't feature Rift support. In 2012, the Rift didn't exist yet. But as soon as DK1 came out, they were one of the very first games to support it. They were actually one of the games that I played on the first night that I got my Oculus Rift DK1. It was actually probably the it was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of getting me simulation sickness that day, because I drove my truck like into a wall and crashed it, and the whole like place shuddered, and it was terrible. And after that, I had to take a break. But there have been a lot of improvements to it since then. And of course, DK2 is a big improvement over DK1. And I've gotten a lot more resilient to VR sickness almost immediately since that day. So I don't think I'm going to have any problem this time around. And so you're not, it's not actually like all of Europe. Like you can't drive on literally every road in Europe, but it's kind of a mini Europe, theme park version of Europe. You could drive around and you deliver things, and you watch other trucks, you watch pedestrians, you navigate stoplights. It's a simulation game. And it's not one of those like really like exaggerated, really abstract simulation games. It's more like designed to resemble actual truck driving. I will be using the simple controls, which like I don't think involve like actually like shifting and things like that. It's pretty much just like driving an automatic, because I don't think I know how to drive a stick, so that would be awkward. Let me see here. So that's the basics of Europe Truck Sim. Who makes this? SCS Software. SES Software is a Czech video game development company. That I didn't know. So yep, this is out of Czech Republic. Incidentally, Frixies, who made Sightline the Chair, and the Universe and all that, is also from Czech Republic. So apparently they got a lot of awesome VR shit going on there. Anyway, where are you guys? There you guys are. And like I said, they've kept this right up to date with the very latest version of the Oculus runtime. And what was I saying? And I'm sure they're going to update it for the consumer release, and they also are. Oh, we have people from Czech Republic. Awesome. Ooh, I've got a weird like Hall of Mirrors effect going on. Awesome. Anyway, so this game's really interesting because they pioneered a lot of kind of experimental VR stuff in this game way back in the DK1 version. Instead of just having black around the borders, they actually tried to kind of stretch the pixels at the borders to fill up all the edge space on the screen. And what that accomplished is it made it a lot harder to notice the black edges inside the Rift, which was a very cool trick that pretty much nobody has replicated since then. I'm not sure why. And more recently, they are one of the first applications to implement asynchronous time warp on the PC. Asynchronous time warp is ubiquitous on Gear VR. It essentially makes it so that even when your frame rate drops below 60 or below the maximum refresh rate of your headset, it's still you still get smooth motion as you turn your head. And the way it does that is it actually takes the previous frames and it uses the latest position of your head to do a very fast 2D transform and create a new frame based on the new position. And we've been dying to get that in PC games for a long time, and this is kind of one of the first games that's doing it. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the game here. You guys in the chat, I will keep an eye on you through my nose hole and answer any questions you have and respond to your comments making fun of me. And I will let me know if like the volume's off, if like I like wander out of camera frame or something stupid. And with that, I am ready to go. Let me just make my chat a little larger. There we go. I'm going to move it over to the right here so it's not overlapping with the game. And monitor capture off. Open up my Steam. And we are just about ready to go. Let's start this truck up. So I don't actually know what the reset button in this game is, so I have to have my headset on in the correct position when I start it. So I'm just going to go ahead and don my DK2. All right. One very nice addition that CV1 will have that DK2 does not is I'm not sure about this, but Gear VR has proximity sensors, so it can tell whether you're wearing it or not, and like automatically turn the screen off when you're not wearing it, which is really nice for just keeping the screen lasting. I believe CV1 also has one of those. Anyway, am I good to go here? Let's find out. Play Euro Truck Simulator. Go. Okay, that's not quite the right position, and you guys can't see it yet. Let me try that one more time. And now I'm getting weird colored static. Okay, one more try. Real-time technical support. Always the best. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to restart my Oculus runtime. Stop runtime. Yes. Start runtime. Yes. All right. I've got a good feeling about this. There we go. Okay, it's showing up right in front of me. You guys can't see it yet. You can hear it, however. And I'm going to go ahead and switch over here and adjust my settings so that you can see it. Truck Simulator 2. There we go. It'll be a little juddery when I'm not actually in the game window, but it should be quite smooth once I'm in there. Alright, here we go. Got the music going. Again, let me know how the volume levels are. I'm not going to be playing with my gamepad, although I do have it here. I'm going to be playing with my keyboard and mouse, because that's probably the best way to play this game. I'm going to... So, initially, you're kind of in this empty gray world with just the menu screen in front of you. This is the launch pad where I choose my user. I was testing earlier with this user. I drove like 50 kilometers, just testing it. I'm going to go ahead and delete that. I believe this is all the way back from like DK1 when I was testing that out. Alright. I am D. I'm just going to put D. My name is D. And picture, let's see. I feel like these are all real truckers. Or maybe some of them are just like programmers at the company who dressed up like truckers. I don't know. Not a great selection of, I feel like 90% of these truckers are male, which is, you know, true to real life. Most truckers are male. But, I'm gonna go with the, I believe this is the only female trucker in this whole list. There might be more of them. Alright. Preferred truck design. So I know very little about the aesthetics of trucks, but I do know color, and I know that red is a pretty color, so I'm going to go with this. Company logo. Let's see. Volume down a tad. Hard to hear my voice. I will do that as soon as I am in the game. You actually can't adjust options from the menu, which is super annoying. In the meantime, I will just speak up a little bit louder. Company logo. Fire! Fire is my logo. Okay, name of my company. Everyday VR. Can I come up with something more interesting? Let me see. How about virtual hauling? Ink. Gotta have the ink. Alright. And I'm good to go. I could have set up my wheel for this, but I didn't. I'm going to stick with the mouse and keyboard for now. I might do wheel later in another stream, another video. Oh, this music's getting really loud. Alright, what city do I want to start in? Well, since it's made in Czech Republic, let's go to Praha. Let's go. Do I want to walk through the tutorial? I probably should. So it sticks to your face when you're in the loading screen. Whoa. Yeah, and this part is stuck to your face too, which is quite unpleasant. At last you have the chance to experience your dream job. Ah, this is extremely disorienting. I lack the money to buy a truck. I'm going to be a truck driver, earn some money. Okay. Alright. Finally got a bit quieter. That music is intense. I feel like turning the music volume down should be my first priority. Music volume. Oh. There we go. I adjusted this volume. Oh, I ticked the mail button. That explains it. Okay, you know what? I'm going to get my volume adjusted to round about here. I'm going to bring the music down a bit. There we go. Okay, and someone said that I could actually get more like female truckers if I tick the correct gender button. So I might just like get out of here and like do it again super fast. Profiles. Yes. All right. New profile. Oh, there's a button. I didn't notice there was a button. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, these are the female truckers. Okay, let's see. I don't know. I like the red hair. That's cute. I don't know. I think I'm going to go with... Yeah, I'm going to go with this one. That's fine. Red short hair. It's very trucker-like. And I'm going to pick the same things as before. Virtual hauling ink. Okay. And I'm just going to overwrite. Skip the wizard. The wizard was useless to me. Oh, I don't think I actually wanted to skip the wizard. Oh well. Oh, tutorial. That's what I want. The music's all loud again. I think I have to adjust the option again. Okay. I wish it would remember my audio settings. There we go. Okay. Alright. Volume should be much better now. And hopefully it'll stay there this time. Alright. Press E to start the engine. I gotta check my graphics settings, so make sure I'm not juttering here. So, I'll demonstrate a little bit of the async time warp before I start here. So, let's switch to simple settings mode. In simple settings mode, you have 4 choices: low, medium, high, and ultra. Now, my system can run at ultra, but I get quite a bit of jutter in the game. So I'm gonna switch back to the game and show you. Alright, so I'm in the game, but when I turn my head like this, I'm getting quite a bit of jutter. It's very apparent when I move like this. I see like double images. I see lots of dropped frames, and it's not very pleasant. So if I play this, the weird thing is, if I play this game on like at 4K resolution on my monitor, I can crank it up to ultra settings and it has absolutely no problem. So there's still a long way to go to make VR optimization get to the same level as monitor-based games. But partly because there's 2 stereo images for the left and the right eye, and also for a lot of other reasons. Because it's doing like the overdraw, so it's drawing at a higher resolution than the actual display of the device. Okay, so the next thing I tried was putting it on high graphic settings. At high graphic settings, it's a lot smoother. There's still a little bit of jutter. But if I move horizontally, if I use positional tracking, I still notice quite a bit of jutter. But when I just turn my head like this, it's a lot smoother. And the reason is because of that asynchronous time warp feature, which is quite effective in smoothing out the head motion when I'm just sitting in one place and turning my head. It's not positional time warp, so if I lean, it still has quite a bit more jutter. And so I'm going to go ahead and drop down to medium settings, where I have no particular issues. I am on a GTX 980. Despite that, quite a demanding game in VR. Alright. So now I'm on medium settings. I have I have a little bit of jutter at this point, but it's partly because I'm streaming at the same time, but for the most part it's quite smooth. Alright. I cannot see my chat. Oh no. What can I do about that? Is there anything I can do about that? I am uncertain. Maybe if I go out of full screen. Oh, I'm not even in full screen. Okay. Adjust resolution. Maybe this will help. Oh, that actually did help. All right. Okay. And I'm just going to switch over. Oh, I wish it would auto-scroll my chat. YouTube's gone into this mode where it's like more comments below, and you don't get to see them unless you click more comments below. Oh, you're right. The game is frozen. Okay. What am I doing? Is the game frozen? Okay. I think I just have to reset my capture. Yeah, that's all I had to do. Sorry. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so at medium settings, it works. I guess the last segment of this game was a podcast form, since you couldn't see what was going on, but you'll just have to trust me. All right, so here comes the tutorial. So they did a good job of VRizing the tutorial. These boxes used to pop up like on the actual physical display, and it was very unpleasant. But now the boxes are properly in world space, where they should be, meaning that I can actually lean around the tutorial box and look at it from different angles. Okay, you'll notice a little bit of jutter when I look to the left, and that's because my camera is just positioned to my right, so it can't see me very well. But that's okay, I will deal with it. E. Alright, engine is on. Alright. And I'm getting more jutter now than when I play this game with streaming off. It just, streaming uses some of my GPU, some of my CPU. Can't be helped. But it's still pretty smooth most of the time. It's just like occasionally it glitches out. Alright, you can use the following keys to move. Throttle up, or, well, WASD basically. Drive forward a few meters and then stopped. I'm driving. Ah! I don't feel like they should allow me to drive a vehicle like this without a commercial license. I feel like I could pose an immediate danger to the people of this city. So I apologize if I run over any Czech pedestrians here. Okay, there are other camera views available. See which one suits you best. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2. Whoa! Ah, that's... Oh my god, that's terrible. So, when I turn my head, I don't even like doing this at all. When I turn my head, the world moves in the opposite direction. It's like the world is glued to my face, but the little rectangles are not. It's very disorienting. Never use the 2 button. And the same problem with this overhead mode. The world is glued to my face. It's a fixed camera angle. So the interior is the only view that works in VR. Do any of these others work? Let me see. Nope. Oh, this one kind of works. Hey, it's me! I get an exterior view of myself. Awesome. So I'm just like, I guess I'm kind of hanging on to the side of the truck here. This could be a nice view if I want to just get a better view of the interior, kind of from an outsider's perspective. And I'm getting a little bit tangled up here. Screw it. Okay. Ah, that's another bad view. Another bad view. Still stuck to my face. Okay, so there's only 2 views here that actually work. There's the interior view, which is 1, and there's this view, which is 5. So 1 and 5, those are the views that work. It's time to make a delivery. Use Route Advisor to see where you are and where you need to go. Press F1 to look closer. What is F1 gonna do? Oh god, it's glued to my face again. Just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. Get me back into the regular mode. Oh, this is terrible. Okay, there we go. Okay. Okay, here's my GPS down on my wheel. Let's see if I can pull this off. Hey everybody! Lots of people showing up. I hope you all had happy holidays. I got a truck for Christmas apparently. So I'm going to see if I can pull off getting it out of this little lot. Oh god. I am super paranoid about driving this truck correctly. I'm the kind of person who has nightmares where like I'm like driving around and like something suddenly happens. I crash my car into some other car or into a tree, or I'm trying to park and I just like ram it up into another car. I have like serious nightmares about parking and driving. So this game is a little bit freaky for me, but I'll survive. It's good training. It's good, helps me not be quite as afraid. I'm still getting quite a bit of jutter. I wonder if I should bring it down to low settings. Let's give it a try. The setting of last resort. Low. Getting low. Alright. How's my tracking now? Feels a little bit better. There's still a little bit of jutter. We'll see how it feels. Yeah, it'll have to do. Alright. I'm on my way. Watching my GPS. We're going to hang a left, then we're going to get on Route 10, which will be on the right-hand side. Oh god. Okay, I can't go that way. Gotta remember not to drive up against the X's, which tell me where I can't go. I'm on the road! WASD driving. No other cars on the road here. That makes my life quite a bit easier. What? Wait, I can't go that way? I guess that's not where I'm supposed to turn. Okay. Gotta drive up ahead. Change lanes here. I don't actually know how to use my turn signals. So hopefully I will not be penalized for not using those. Alright. I actually moved quite recently from Berkeley to Mountain View, which was a harrowing experience. I did it all with a U-Haul and also my regular car. I made like 5 trips. I don't have a lot of stuff. I mostly moved furniture in the U-Haul and a few boxes. I'm always a little scared driving a U-Haul, but I did drive the very smallest one, so it was not so bad. I always felt like I was going to do something stupid and die the whole time, but I survived. Drove across the bridge. Come on, come on. Do not drive into the guardrails. We do not need to test out their effectiveness today. Alright, I'm on the on-ramp, ready to hit the highway. Let's do this. Am I merging properly? I didn't see any traffic. I was trying to look behind me to see if there was traffic. I should probably just use my mirrors. Alright. Trucks have really great mirrors. I wish cars had as good mirrors as trucks have. We wouldn't have to worry about our blind spots so much. Alright. I'm on the road. On the highway. Going 89 kilometers an hour. That's not very fast. I am slowly accelerating. I think this is pretty much as fast as my truck can go. I don't think my truck has like a turbocharge or anything. That's fine. I probably shouldn't be going faster. My big problem in this game is I keep getting distracted by the pretty scenery and all the stuff going on around me, and then I just like drift out of my lane and sometimes like ram into the guardrails. I just have to keep my eyes on the road. Ooh, pretty trees. See what I mean? It's drifting right out of my lane. Alright. I'm on my way. Do. I've never been to Praha. I think the closest I've been... I might have flown through Praha when I visited Tallinn in Estonia, but I think that's about the closest I've been. Oh, slow down, slow down, slow down! Oh my god! Stop! Crash vehicle offense. Sorry. Did someone just ram into me from behind? Or did I, like, sideways run into them? Either way, I am very sorry. That's the thing when you're a truck, you like you can crash, and it definitely sucks when you crash, but you're probably not going to be the one who gets injured when you crash. You're probably going to destroy whatever you run into and utterly crush it. So I feel more sorry for the people in the sedans driving next to me. So there's a little triangle with a stoplight. In the US, we have a lot more stoplights hanging on wires. In Europe, you get a lot more of these stoplights on poles. Oh, come on, it's my turn. Out of the way, losers. Alright. You better not drive in my road. I got a green light. Alright, so one crash so far. So far, so good. Yellow light. Green light. Okay, let's go. I love the interior feeling of this vehicle in VR. Oh, that person's turning left. I hope the car behind them does not swerve into my lane. All right, let's go. What was I saying? I love how car interiors feel in VR. Like, people who play a lot of racing games have tried to simulate this kind of thing with like giant field of view, 3 monitor setups, but it still does not compare at all to the whoa. Whoa, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, Jesus. Okay, I'm okay. And I'm actually going in completely the wrong direction. I should have been watching my GPS. Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna hang a left here. Try and get back on track. Where did you come from? Did they just sneak around me? Okay, well, I'm hanging a left. I've just been pleasure cruising, apparently. Alright. Renault truck dealer discovered. Oh, that'll be handy when I buy my own truck later. Alright. Oh, Jesus! I'm just coasting right into the roundabout. Alright. That's fine. Everything's fine. I don't know how to do a roundabout. We don't have these. Jesus Christ. Alright. Oh, stop! Stop! It's my turn. Ah! I got crashed into repeatedly. Okay. Everything's fine. Eventually, I'll figure out how to navigate a roundabout. I'm just a stupid American. Alright, I'm gonna hang a left here. Everything's fine. Everything's going great. Whew. Alright. Yep, green light. Time to go. Like I was saying, I really like how car interiors feel in VR because they do completely surround you, and you feel like they're... VR is really good when things are close to you, and you have that strong stereoscopic sense, and you you feel like they're in your personal space. I feel like I could reach out and touch my steering wheel, my car door, all that, my seat, I don't have a cup holder, but if I had a cup holder, I would be able to reach out and touch... Oh, Jesus, that's a red light. Ah! Sorry. Okay, that's what I get for watching my GPS and not the road. That's fine. I think I'm going in circles now. Oh god, it's the roundabout again. I'm off to a great start. Okay. Let's not crash into another truck. That's the most dangerous thing to crash into. Alright, I'm just going to navigate around the outside of the roundabout this time. Hopefully that'll be a little safer. Take it easy. Take it easy. If you're watching this for tips on driving, you should stop watching because I do not know the first thing about driving safely. This should be evident. Alright. That's a yellow light. Stop! I need to stop slamming on my brakes. I can't see the stoplight. I guess that's why they have one on a pole. Oh, that's a green light. Okay, hang a left. Let's do this. I'm gonna like end up using up all my gas and all my money on like tickets. This is terrible. I think in real life you would probably be paying more than 400 euros if you crashed into somebody and you were at fault. Although I guess your insurance will cover it, but your insurance rate would go up. I don't know. It depends how much liability coverage you have. Alright. I assume they have auto insurance in Europe. Stop! Red signal offense. Great. There goes more of my money. Alright, I don't actually know what to do. I seem to just be going in circles. That's fine. Alright. Can I do a U-turn? I know I can't do a U-turn here, so I'm not even going to try. Maybe if I hang a right this time as I come out? As I come out of the roundabout? Let's give it a shot. Slow down, slow down. Alright. Doing fine. I don't think I was supposed to turn into the right lane of the roundabout from the left lane, but whatever. Alright, let's go. Oh, Jesus, that was the curb. Alright. Hopefully it wasn't important. And can you turn right on red in Europe? I don't even know. I'm not taking any chances. In the US, you can actually turn right at any red light unless there's a sign that says no right on red. And they do that just to promote traffic flow. I don't know if that is the case in Europe. Why does it turn yellow before it turns green? Oh, I guess ours do that too, don't they? Wait, no, they do the opposite. Ours turn green and then yellow and then red, and then they turn green again. There's no yellow between red and green. Alright, let's go. Whee! Alright, I'm heading somewhere. I don't think this is the right way, but I'm gonna just keep on going. Maybe I was actually at the place I was supposed to deliver it. I was just driving by it by mistake. That sounds plausible. Yeah, maybe I needed to turn in somewhere. Oh, green light. Alright. I'm just going to hang a right here and see if I can get back to where I was. It was probably a local delivery. Makes sense they would start me out with a local delivery. Alright. Okay, I'm going a bit fast. Whip. Up on the curb. Okay. I'm back at the roundabout. All roads lead to roundabout. Okay, come on. Just gonna go in the right lane. These guys are in the left lane. Alright. So what else do I want to talk about? So, let me think. So I've made some changes to my camera setup. My camera used to be much farther away, and I would like zoom it in, and that would result in a loss of quality. So in my newer videos, my face should look a lot more detailed and sharp because I'm using my camera properly. I'm really excited about CES coming up. There's a very good chance that we're going to see Oculus Rift consumer version pre-orders announced at CES. Palmer Luckey has recently been on Twitter managing... I missed it. Oh, it's where the flag is. That's what I gotta do. Go to the place with the flag. I did drive by it repeatedly. Alright, I might be stupid. Alright, so, let me think here. I kind of wish this game had, like, CB radio, and you could, like, talk to your other friends who are playing the game. Why are these guys still out in the middle of the road when my light is green? They should be the ones getting tickets, not me. I mean, I should also be getting tickets. Probably more tickets, but still. Alright, anyway, so Palmer Luckey has said recently in a bunch of tweets, basically he's been doing expectation management on the pricing. A lot of people, including me, thought that the Oculus Rift consumer version was going to be priced similarly to the Oculus Rift development kits. I mean, it just makes sense. You know, it's produced in larger volume. I thought it might even be a little bit cheaper. But I think his tweets have made very clear that it's actually going to be more expensive than the Oculus Rift developer kits. We don't know how much more expensive. We don't know what the price is going to be. Some people, there's been like rumors. There was one guy who just showed up on Reddit and he was like, it's going to be $650. I have inside information. I'm like, okay. Like who? And he's like, I can't tell you. It's a secret. So it might not actually be $650. It might be like $500. It might be like $450. It might be like $550. I don't actually know. All right, this time, I'm going to get to my destination. Not gonna fuck it up. Not gonna fuck it up. Probably not gonna fuck it up. Let's do it. Okay, these people are blocking my turn. Out of the way, losers. Nordic Crown. Is that like a European beer or something? I don't know. Alright. Making the turn. There's my place, waiting for me. Just gotta pull up. So apparently I can hit enter, it'll just like skip me right in, but if I drive in myself, I can get a precise parking bonus. Alright, let's do it. Am I there? I don't think I'm there. Ah, fuck it. Auto park me. Driven distance, 58 kilometers. That was probably unnecessary. Fuel consumed, 29.71. Money. Damage penalty, 2.8%. I must be on easy mode or something. Alright. I got some experience. I completed the tutorial. Alright, this is my headquarters. It's a pretty basic garage. It may not be much, but it's a start. These sequences are really bad if you move your head because the camera is glued to your head, but it's not so bad if you just hold your head really still. I am keeping an eye on the chat through my nose hole occasionally. Unfortunately, you haven't got anything to park there yet, so there are no trucks in sight. I want my own truck. Alright. There's me. Driven distance, 58 kilometers. Pick your next job. Okay, let's do a quick job. Tomatoes, peas, logs, tomatoes, potatoes, or dry milk, sand. These all sound like good things to deliver. But I'm gonna go with logs, because it's log, it's big, it's heavy, it's wood. Let's do it. 250 kilometers? I'm delivering to Germany? That sounds fun. Let's do it. Alright. We're going to Germany with a truck full of logs. It's time to roll. I guess this is going to be mostly highway driving. Which is probably just as well. I'm less likely to get lost on the highway or crash. And it'll give me time to talk about VR news and such. Alright. Hang a right. I gotta be careful not to drive into the, Oh, Jesus. I'm stuck on the gate, aren't I? Stupid logs. Oh, Jesus. I am jackknifing. Okay. No need to panic. Everything is fine. I'm just gonna make a wider turn. Wider turn. Oh, Jesus. Just drive around me. Just go. Alright. Okay. At some point, I'll get my actual wheel controller out. It's sitting on my bookshelf right now. Alright. I'm on the road. For cargo of logs. I'm gonna hang a left up there. Head towards the highway. Make sure I don't run a red light. I don't know what those round signs mean with the slash through them. Is that important? Does that mean something? I have quite a bit of momentum. Takes a long time to accelerate, long time to brake. I don't know if I was actually permitted to turn left there. I think I just turned in front of oncoming traffic that had the right of way. But, you know, whatever. If I don't get a fine, I don't care. I'm seeing trees disappearing in my rearview mirror. I believe the far clipping plane in my rear is actually closer than it is in front of me. Ooh, new mail. I probably shouldn't be reading my email while I'm driving a truck. Alright. You can actually, like, play your own music in this game. I'm resisting the urge to play my own music because I would probably get a content ID match on YouTube and they would just, like, shut my stream down. But I do want to try it out sometime. Today I've been listening to a lot of Steve Winwood, of all things. If you're not familiar, he was a kind of soft rock 80s person. English guy, kind of in the same vein as Phil Collins. He did Back in the High Life again. Alright, let's go. But I was listening to Valerie. Anyway, I'm on the road. I'm on my way to Germany. And this is going to be much easier now. Not much to worry about. Just got to check my mirrors, keep an eye on what's going on around me. I'm sure glad the rest of these people are not as reckless as I am, and not as clueless about how to drive. All right, what is that thing up there? Is that like my stereo? What is that? Oh, look at these beautiful fields, all these trees. This world is enormous. There's the blue parking sign. I guess that's a rest area or a rest stop. There's another trucker hanging out over there with a bunch of cars on his truck or her truck or their truck. All right. Let me check on what you guys are talking about. Oh Jesus, my stream is frozen. I'm sorry. I need to keep an eye on my stream. Oh my god. There we go. I'm sorry. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm very sorry. All right. Okay, I'm actually on the highway now. The problem is YouTube keeps automatically hiding the chat messages as soon as they scroll off the top, which makes it very difficult to keep an eye on the chat. It's a very frustrating feature. I will have to see if there's a way to fix that. I am very sorry. Anyway, there's a cool bridge anyway. Lots of pretty trees, driving through the farm fields on my way to Germany. Apparently it's like a 3.5 hour drive, but everything is compressed time in this game. Alright, so now you can actually see me playing. I'm very sorry about the speeding offense. Oh Jesus. Anyway. I'm gonna get so many tickets every single time I go driving, I'm never gonna earn any money. Anyway, I'm really sorry about the stream being frozen. Apparently the game does that whenever I change graphics options or something. So I need to keep an eye on my OBS and make sure it's not frozen, and try to keep an eye on the chat. All right, let's roll. Oh, look at that beautiful farm field. Just look at it. There's a river and shit. What a lovely countryside. I can't read the signs clearly because the resolution is so low. The resolution in this game is they're not generally Oculus Rift DK2 games. They recommend them to use a render target that's about somewhere on the order of like 1300 by 1300 pixels, I believe. And in this game, they appear to be using a lower resolution render target for performance reasons, and that means that a lot of these objects, a lot of these signs look blurry. They're hard to read until I get up close to them. I mean, it's partly because the Rift itself is just low resolution, but it's also because the game is running at a lower resolution. No, I need to go straight. Shit! Okay. Alright. Alright, I almost exited, but I did not. That was fortunate. Yeah, it would be nice if I could see my YouTube chat here inside VR. I cannot. I can see it through my nose hole. At least. Run someone off the road? Do you think I am a bad trucker? I mean, what if they see that number on the back of my truck that says, tell me about my driving, and they call it? And they're like, this person ran me off the road. I would be out of a job. I have to think about my family and my career. I mean, I want to be the best truck driver in the world. That's my aspiration. Oh, Jesus, that was my exit. Okay. I'm not doing so great on that aspiration. It's fine. Everything's fine. My GPS will help me out. It's kind of funny that... itchy nose. It's kind of funny that people put so much faith in GPSs. It's, like, ridiculous. Like, I've heard of cases where people go out in the middle of the desert and they have, like, no idea. They don't plan their trip at all, and then, like, their GPS is like, just follow this highway for 120 miles. And they're like, will do, GPS. And there's no gas stations, and they run out of gas. And then they're stranded in the desert. So don't do that. I feel like we ought to be able to design GPSs to not direct you along a route on which you will die. Another example of that is a few years back in Seattle. I need to turn my truck around. Gonna exit somewhere here. A few years ago in Seattle, make sure I'm still, yep, game is still fine. There was I believe it was like a commuter bus driver who was just following his GPS, and the GPS said, go under this bridge, and the sign on the bridge said, clearance 12 feet, no trucks allowed. And he was like, it's fine, the GPS says it's fine. And he drove under the bridge and he sheared off the top of the truck. It was a disaster. A hilarious disaster. Fortunately, nobody was injured, but the truck was severely damaged. Alright. DK2 always makes my nose a little bit itchy, which is not conducive to driving a truck. Alright, I'm going in completely the wrong direction. This is not the way to Germany. I need to get to Germany. Come on. Out of my way, trucker. I gotta exit. But where's the next exit? I guess I could always jump the median. Somehow I don't feel like that's a good idea. I don't think that's safe driving. But I could do it. I'm just gonna get in the left. Whoa, Jesus. Okay. It's fine. I'm fine. Alright. Let me see here. I don't think there's any place I can get across here. Can I just jump across here? Ah, nope. Not permitted. Okay. I was hoping I could just ram my truck right through there, but it seems like these guardrails are specifically designed to not be rammed through, so... That car is passing me on the right. Jerkass. Alright, that's fine. Oh, where's the exit? I need to exit. I need to exit and stop going the wrong way. Never take me to Europe. Like, I would end up in, like, Russia, trying to get to Spain. Alright. Here comes an exit. I think this parking, this rest area will be a good place to change over. Maybe. Maybe? Actually, I don't think this actually connects the two sides. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, fine, fine. You know what? I'll find another way. I'll find another way to get across. All I need is an exit. So I think most likely we're going to see a pre-order announcement at CES. I don't know if we'll see pre-orders during CES. He said that he would give us warning. So I don't think they're just going to like drop the bomb at 8 a.m. one morning that you can go and pre-order now. I think it's going to be like pre-orders open tomorrow on the 3rd day of CES or something like that, and then they do. I think that's what they're going to do. So their servers are going to be brutally assaulted the moment that those open up, because everybody's going to be ready. I'll be ready. I'm going to order 2 of them. As a matter of redundancy, I always buy 2 of each headset because just in case one has a technical problem, I can't really afford to just like not have a headset for 3 weeks while they're sorting it out. So, and I can't afford it to have it run out of stock when I need to replace it if it fails. So, so I always get two, and I'm fortunate in that my job pays me enough money that I can afford to do that. But still, it's going to be it's going to be pretty expensive, and I'm definitely going to make sure that I save up some money for it. I don't want to buy it on my credit card. I want to be paying with it with saved up cash, so I'm not paying interest on that. All right. I did actually just clear my credit cards. I had a bunch of money on my credit cards from when I was between jobs, and once I got my new job, I have paid it all completely off as of December 15th. So I'm very happy about that. All right. Where do I exit? Okay, here comes the exit. All right. Finally going to get back on track. A lot of people in Europe don't even have credit cards. It seems to be a mostly American phenomenon. If you are an American, you have a credit card, I highly recommend you pay off your balance every month if you can, because it is best not to accumulate debt. It's not even like the interest, like interest is not that big of a deal if you just carry a balance for a few months. It might be a couple $100s, but it's money that you can avoid spending, and you don't want to get in the position where you start to view credit as like just expendable and that you can spend it anytime you want, because you can get in a lot of trouble that way. All right. It's more like an emergency fund. Let's go ahead and head on this way. So now I am following my GPS in the correct direction once again, which is very fortunate. I'm back on my way to Germany. Make sure my stream is fine, everything looks fine. What am I going to do with my leftover DK2s? So I currently have one of my DK2s at home on my face right now, and I have the other DK2. I brought it in to work so that I can prototype some DK2 stuff there, and because there's not a lot of DK2s to go around since they discontinued them. And I think, I don't know, once I have CV1s, I might sell one of my DK2s, or I might just hold on to them. And they might be, I don't know, they won't be super useful once CV1s are out, but they might be a cool museum relic. I actually gave away one of my DK1s to a researcher at school. I told him he could borrow it, and then he was like, I have it, I could give it back now, and I was like, I'll pick it up when I need it. I never picked it up, so I guess he still has it. And my DK2s, I'm probably gonna, I might like, I like giving things away to worthy people, so I might just find like a VR fan. Oh, don't want to exit. Don't want to exit. Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Gotta watch out for that. I might find a VR fan who like has a decent PC for playing VR games, but they can't afford CV1, and DK2 is no longer produced, and I might like gift them my DK2, or at least one of my DK2s. Maybe both of my DK2s. I don't think I'm going to need my DK2s anymore after CV1 comes out. I might still use my DK2 to play, like, hold on to one of them for playing, like, old games that come out with, that came out on, like, 0.5 runtime or the 0.4 runtime. Because there are quite a few of those older games, and I don't think they're going to run on the consumer version of the Rift. I'm afraid that is simply probably true. I'm hoping they have some backwards compatibility, but I wouldn't bet on that. Especially any game that requires extended mode. There are still games like that. Extended mode was deprecated in the 0.7 runtime. It's been gone for a while. So any game that requires that to run is going to have a bad time on CV1. Oh, Jesus. I took a wrong turn again. All right, it's fine. I'm going to exit. I'm going to exit right here. Oh, Jesus, I'm flying down this hill. All right. Whew. Sorry if I'm making everybody nervous, but I am myself nervous. Don't ram into the hill. Don't ram into the hill. Oh god. Okay. I'm surviving. I'm surviving. Alright. I'm gonna hang a left, head back down that highway. I was actually really excited today to find out on Reddit that they're starting to make like cheap Chinese knockoffs of DK1 and DK2. Like they're selling them. There was like a DK1 copy for like $150, and you know, like it's obviously it's last gen compared to CV1, but it's still it's a lot cheaper than CV1's going to be. And because it's so much lower resolution, you don't need as good of a GPU to drive it. And I think that kind of thing is going to be a great way for people to start who want to get started with VR and just can't afford to do a full-blown, like, top-of-the-line VR system. It's also great for 360 video because 360 video, if you're streaming at 4K, then you can actually use all the pixels on your DK2. But if you're streaming at 1440p, which is the most that a lot of you guys can stream at, then you're not going to get any better angular resolution in your 360 video than you would on a DK1. So you might as well watch those videos on a DK1 or a DK1 clone. So I think those are going to have a lot of application, and I think it'll help create. Like, so far, there's really only been, like, when it comes to cheap VR, there's really only been cardboard and cardboard-compatible viewers, like the Viewmaster. And, you know, they're not terrible, but they're sensors. They're built-in sensors. They don't have built-in sensors, is what I'm saying. They use the IMU in your phone, and the IMU in your phone isn't designed for VR, and it's terrible. It's really bad. It has tons of drift. You can't do prediction using it, and the result is you get tons of drift, you get really awkward, rough tracking, lots of jutter, and there's no way to deal with that other than to put sensors in the headset itself. And DK1 was actually better than cardboard when it comes to smooth tracking with minimal drift. It had a little bit of drift because it didn't have positional tracking. Oh Jesus, what's going on? Why is there a red light? Oh, I'm in Leipzig. Is that how I say it? Leipzig? I don't know. Oh Jesus, stop! Ah, that was close. Almost rear-ended that car. That would have been bad. I would have crushed them like an egg. Alright. Taking my logs downtown. Oh, I'm almost there. This has been quite the eventful little trip. Alright. So yeah, I think DK1 clones are awesome. And I hope that I'll probably get one. I'll try it out. I'll let you guys know how it is. Because I really think that there's room at every single price point between $0 and $1,000 in this market. All right, just about there. Keep in mind a lot of these Chinese ones, the cheaper ones, they don't have. Oh, it's a log yard. I'm bringing my logs to the log yard. Let's do it. I love log yards. They're so pretty. Look at this. All these logs, big piles, getting ready to be turned into lumber. There's some boards all stacked up from the lumber they already chopped. They've got their big machines here. I know nothing about the lumber industry, but I've always admired like looking at them and like watching the big trucks full of logs drive in and put their logs in the big piles. So cool. So cool. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and auto park because I can't park for shit. There we go. Job completed. Satisfactory. Damage penalty, 3.7. Not too bad. Not too bad. I mean, it was really bad by real life standards, but by my standards so far in this game, not too bad. I even gained a level. I am now level 1 newbie. Woohoo! Two CV1s. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Alright, so I'm keeping an eye on the chat. I know you guys have credit cards in Europe. I just think a lot of people don't get them. Like in the US, like pretty much like literally like everybody who can get a credit card gets a credit card. Because the credit card companies push them on us super hard here. Also because the way credit card liability works in the US. Oh, I can upgrade. Whoa, okay, I'll talk about this more in a minute. I can upgrade my truck and shit. Or is this my skills? Is this my driving skills? Eco driving. Improved eco driving skill will help you minimize your fuel consumption. That sounds useful, but boring. Just-in-time delivery. The delivery window is tighter, but the compensation eases your level of discomfort. Okay, so they pay me more to deliver faster. But I'm not doing a great job at fast delivery so far, so I think I'm going to take a pass on that. Fragile cargo. This skill allows you to transport... I don't fucking think so. I would smash that shit. Alright, high-value cargo. High-value job offers. That sounds good. Long distance. Initially, no longer than 250. This gets me 350 kilometers. Yeah, I might go for that. Alright. There we go. One level. I can read my email. Oh, I forgot to apply. Go back. Go back. Damn it. Skills. Apply. Alright. I feel like I have like a giant like 40-inch screen floating in front of me and it's translucent and or transparent, and that's what all this stuff is on, which is probably what's actually the case. Alright. Can I buy a truck yet? I would love to buy a truck. I have 3,800 euros. I don't think that's enough to buy an actual truck. Unless it's like a super shitty truck. Do I want to travel to Praha and visit the Renault truck dealer? Yes, I do. Jesus! 100,000 euros? Dude, trucks are expensive. 120,000 euros. This shit costs as much as a house. I mean, I know it's a business expense, but wow. Like, that's not even including the trailer. That's just the truck. 140,000? That is some expensive shit. You guys probably can't read the price because it's in super tiny letters. I can barely read it at this resolution, but it's there, and it's a lot of money. A lot of money. I don't even know how many dollars that is. I just know it's a lot. I think that's probably going to be... I think 100,000 euros is like $130,000? 150? I don't know. I literally have no idea. One of you guys can Google that. Alright. I'm gonna get out of here. I can't afford this shit. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and drive after I read my email. Brand new Mercedes-Benz trucks for sale. I bet they are. Fuck you, Bratislava. Alright. Well, I have no truck. So I'm gonna go to my job market. Do a quick job. Alright. Let me see what you guys are talking about. How much money did I make? My current money is 3,800 euros. So I'm not doing great. But you know, it's okay. I'm gonna keep driving. I'm gonna keep following my dream. And one day, people will pay me millions just for one truck drive. That's how it works. Let me see here. Lumber. Yogurt? Really? A truck full of yogurt? That sounds highly entertaining. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna drive yogurt. I'm gonna be serving TCBY. Get in this. I guess TCBY doesn't exist in Europe, do they? But somebody wants me to deliver yogurt, and I'm gonna do it. Is this like a refrigerated truck? Is that what's going on? Alright. So here are the mirrors. You can see the mirrors change as I shift my position, but it actually does not look natural at all. It does not look the way that the mirrors are actually supposed to move. Like what would normally happen as I move closer to the mirror, I would, what would actually happen in a real car as I did this? I feel like I would see more of the side of my car, like this is correct, but it doesn't feel right. The angle doesn't feel right. Something is just off about this mirror and the way it's implemented. And my rear view mirror, like that's not even, like is that even a mirror or is that some kind of monitor? I don't know what's going on with that. It doesn't move. It does move with my head as well, so I think that's also supposed to be a mirror. But how's the mirror seeing through? How is the mirror? Okay, that's just weird. The screen is moving with my head, but it can't see through my truck, so it's obviously not a mirror. I don't know. None of this makes any sense. I've got a truck full of yogurt and places to be, so I'm not going to worry about the small stuff. If you wonder how he eats and breathes and other science facts, just to repeat yourself, it's just a game. And I should really drive my truck. Alright. I'm ready to go. Fortunately, there are no cars on this road for me to immediately destroy. I'm starting out in Leipzig, and that's where I left off from my last delivery. Apparently, it was nice enough to teleport me from the lumber yard to the, Are you gonna turn? Just go. Fine, I'll go. Whatever. It was nice enough to teleport me from the lumber yard to the yogurt warehouse, so I didn't have to drive there myself to pick up the yogurt. So it took care of that for me. Yep, I want to be in the right lane. It's fine, it's fine. I'm doing fine. Slow and steady wins the contract. Alright. I don't care about my mail. Show me my route. What other VR stuff is going on? Let me think. What's a cool thing that's happened recently? Let me think about that. Oh yeah, SVVR. So I actually went to SVVR last Thursday. Is that the right day? That might not be the right day. Last Monday? It was recently. It was actually held at Jaunt, which is where I work. So it was very cool that Jaunt decided to host the SVVR event and donate their space for the event. And Jaunt themselves got to speak at it and do some recruiting, which is why they offered the space kind of in exchange. Do I want to go in? No, I don't want to go in here. What is that, like a prison? No, it's just like a warehouse. Okay. I'm about to get to my turn up here. It was a cool event. John spoke there. They talked about their 360 video. Matterport spoke there. Matterport's a very cool company. They're doing a thing where they have a special like camera, kind of a prosumer priced camera and depth scanner that spins around and captures interior scenes and converts them into virtual scenes that you can walk around in VR. So, and people, it's actually relatively inexpensive. You can get one for like $4,000 or $5,000, I think. So it's like the same price as a good DSLR, and you can just like and people take it to buildings all over the world, to museums, houses, just all kinds of places, and they capture those places, and then you can, and then there are web viewers, and there are VR viewers for DK2 and for all these other platforms, and you can view all these interior spaces from all over the world in VR. And what excites me about Matterport the most, and I think this excites Matterport a lot as well, is like people are not doing this just for fun, or just for entertainment. Like there are real estate agents that have like 500 houses on their catalog, and they take Matterport into all of these 500 houses and they capture the entire house, and then they put the viewer up on their website. So it won't be long before you go shopping for a new house, and instead of driving around, you actually just bring up the realtor's website, and you like click on a house and put on your Oculus Rift, and you jump in there and you look around the house, and it's all a photogrammatic capture of the house. That's like like a live action real life capture, and you can look around at all the space in detail at your leisure, and you can jump straight from one house to another house on the other side of the city or in a different city in just like a few seconds. So it's really cool how that enables that. You can review, it makes things easier for the realtors because they don't have to like drag people out there all the time unless they've already seen it and they're really sure that they want to check it out. And obviously for people checking out houses at home, it's really exciting that they can just check out so many more places, and in general, I think that this is a great example of how VR is just going to transform industries in a really beyond just entertainment, in this really highly utilitarian way, where we're gonna see people solving everyday problems using VR and the power of VR and the experience that brings. The same way that people use the web to do banking, the same way that people use television to broadcast emergency broadcasts for emergencies. It's everything has practical application beyond entertainment, and it's gonna be so important for VR to start finding those utilitarian applications. Anyway, where am I going? I don't even know what country I'm delivering this yogurt to. Whatever it is, I hope they like yogurt. Apparently in Europe, yogurt has an H. In the US, we spell it Y-O-G-U-R-T. I've never seen an H in yogurt, except like occasionally on European websites and stuff. But I don't mind it. It's a nice, it gives it kind of a, makes it feel like it has more of a history. Like the yogurt of old. Ye old yogurt. I don't know. Alright. I'm on my way. Hopefully I don't get another speeding ticket. I've gotten no tickets so far, I believe. I'm doing surprisingly well. Oh shit. I look up at my dash for 1 minute. I nearly drive into a field. Oh, check out those hails of... You know what I mean. Bales of hay. Okay. Gotta keep on going. These trucks in front of me are going too slow. And I'm super bad at accelerating because I'm a truck. Okay. Driving a truck. Driving a big old truck. Pedal to the metal. Hope I don't run out of luck. Okay. I'm on my way. That car just passed me. Apparently I was going too slow for them. Jerk ass. I don't know what any of these signs mean. Like, I see all these round signs with like red slashes and like icons of cars on them. I don't know what any of it means. It's all a mystery to me. I just drive. I just go where my GPS says to go. That's all I care about. And getting paid. Like that. There was like a slash. What does that mean? Obviously something's not allowed if there's a circle with a slash involved, but I don't know exactly what it is. I love these little farms. I feel like everything, all the distances in this game are like miniaturized, so you actually drive like only like maybe a couple miles to get from one country to another. But I feel like these farms and stuff like kind of symbolize like entire like rural regions in Europe. And so if I was actually driving this, I'd be driving for like an hour and I would see nothing. Is it raining? Holy shit, it's raining. Look at this shit. I just realized I don't know how to operate my windshield wipers. That could be a problem. I'm very confused that some of the raindrops are stereoscopically in front of my windshield, so it appears that it's actually raining inside my vehicle, which would be very strange because I definitely have a roof on my cab. But as you can see, my windshield is getting more and more obscured. Oh dear, oh dear. I may have to consult the controls. I really don't want to stop in the middle of the highway. It's fine. I'm going to hit escape. I'm going to consult my controls. It'll pause the game. Everything's going to be fine. There we go. And Bendeltech raises a great point that games themselves are really not just about entertainment. And I'll expand on that in a minute. I need to find where my controls are. Here we go. Itchy nose. I hope CV1's fabrics do not make my nose quite as itchy as DK2's fabrics. By the way, I actually did get a Verzoom exercise bicycle because I've been longing for someone to make a VR exercise bicycle. I think it's a great concept. It might be a little impractical, but I think if I get like some kind of like face plate for my Rift to stop the sweat from soaking into it, and like I wear like a headband, I think it could be pretty practical. It'll get very hot though. Anyway, looking for windshield wipers. Wipers. P. Oh, I should have guessed. P. I guess the letter P is in the word windshield wiper somewhere. So there's that. There we go. Oh, do I have to press it every time? Oh, no, it's on. Okay, good deal. Let's put it in fast. There we go. Oh, this is peaceful. I recently got to my first encounter in Telos Principle with rain. And it's just so calming to be in a rainy environment. And it works so well in VR because the rain is like, it's stereoscopically up in your face all the time because it's all around you. And it's really close to you, and it covers a large range of distances. And that's really what you want in VR. You want things that are right up in your face, and you want things that are a bit farther away, and a bit farther away, and a bit farther away. You want a big range of different distances of objects to really explore that feeling of things being in kind of in different zones of distance. Some being right up in your personal space, and some of them being kind of in your broader vicinity, and some of them just being like way in the distance, like distant mountains. Because your eyes are unfocused when you're in the Rift, like they would be if they were looking at distant mountains. So it is nice to have some of those really distant objects in there. Anyway, so like Bendeltech said, I don't think games are just for entertainment any more than movies or music are just for entertainment. Like if you watch like if you watch a documentary, if you watch a movie that like makes some really good points about the world and about your life, it can make you stop and think. It can make you reconsider the way you behave and the way you live. And if that happens to a lot of people, it can have a dramatic effect on the world beyond the game and the world beyond the film. And I think a good example of this, and this is the one everyone uses, is Spec Ops: The Line, where I haven't played it. I need to play it, but Spec Ops: The Line kind of deconstructed a lot of things about the shooter genre, and kind of got people to start thinking about like, is what I'm doing in this game really right, and fleshing out the characters to have some subtlety and have some nuance and make some interesting moral consequence and moral conflict. And when you get through playing that game, you can start to view, for example, military action differently. It can affect how you vote. It can affect how you just a lot of things like that. And the effect of media on discourse and on culture and how we treat each other cannot be underestimated. Dresden discovered. Nice. I made it Dresden. That must be where the yogurt's going. Dresden yogurt. So, and I think that'll extend even more to VR, because in VR, headlight usage offense. Was I supposed to have my headlights on in the rain? I don't even know what the key is for that. Ah, fucking hell. All right. But yeah, I think because VR is... I'm at a stoplight already. Oh, Jesus, stop! Ah. I stopped just in time. All right. I need to get in the left lane here. Nobody coming? But I think... Oh, the left lane is going the other way. Don't want to get in the left lane. But I do want to turn at this light. So yeah, I think VR games more than ever, because you have this close immersion, I think you're going to have a lot of I think you're going to have more empathy for the characters. I think you're going to feel more like the events of the game are things that actually happen to you and part of your life. And because of that, I think they'll have, like, I don't think you'll ever believe that VR, or at least in our lifetime, I don't think you'll ever believe that VR is the real world and get confused which one is real and which one is fantasy. But I do think what will happen is you'll start to have visceral effects kind of on a body level, on a lizard brain level, where you start to react in real life situations the same way that you react in the game in similar situations, just impulsively. Like if you're playing a game like in a VR arcade warehouse, like in the Void in Utah, and say in that game you're used to like dodging around things that rush at you, and then later in real life, like somebody rushes at you, you'll be a lot more likely to just kind of call upon that training and those physical habits and impulses and dodge out of the way. And for that reason, I mean, a lot of the money that went into VR during the VR winter, between the 90s and the VR revival, a lot of that, the stuff, the research that was going on, the money that was being poured into VR during that time was going into simulation and into medical treatment, and into training, especially military training, and training is going to be such an important aspect of VR because I think it's going to enable us to get away from get away from education that's kind of all based on reading about stuff and just get hands-on with everything. It's like if you want to work on a construction site, you don't like read the manual and research like the equipment. You just you start up your simulation, you jump in there, you try and operate a crane, you kill some dudes, and you're like, well, fuck, I should probably figure out how this thing works. And likewise, like if you want to work in a factory, if you want to make arts and crafts, if you want to be a sculptor, tons of this stuff. Jesus, I need to turn on my headlights. It's fine. This trip is almost over, but I need to remember that for the future. I gotta look up what that button is. Oh, come on. I got yogurt. Oh, come on. Oh, I should have made a wider turn. Ah. Come on. Oh, I don't want to be driving in the rain. In a truck. It's not safe. For me, for anybody. Alright. It's fine. At least it's not like super heavy rain. At least I have some decent visibility. I think they are actually modifying the fog when the rain starts up, which is a nice touch. Alright, here comes my destination, coming up on the left. But yeah, I think training is going to be a huge application of VR, and I think more and more our games are going to start resembling training. And this game is a great example of that, where, like, obviously when I'm driving around a truck with WASD and my mouse, well, mostly WASD, I am not, like, learning to actually drive a truck the same way people actually drive a truck, but I am learning about a lot of the obstacles that real truckers encounter out on the road, and the kind of scenery they see as they drive, and the kind of jobs they do, the kind of things they deliver, how their businesses progress over time. And if I wanted to step it up and grab my wheel controller off the shelf, I could add that much more fidelity to the experience and just gradually start to have a more, and I could imagine them, like, you can step up the controls, you can make it more and more like a real truck, and you can start, this is part of the advantage of having a simulation, is in a real truck you cannot just put it in easy mode. You can't just say, we're going to start you out driving the truck with just WASD. And then later, once you're better, we'll have you, like, start actually driving the truck with the real truck controls. You can't do that in a real truck, but here you can do that. Let's see what these emails are about. More people trying to sell me shit. Dear Sir/Madam, we thought you might like to know that we offer favorable loans to new businesses. Do you need funding to get your business running? We are here to help. I could buy my own truck if I took out a loan. I don't like taking on debt, but maybe that's kind of just Maybe that's just, you know, the cost of doing business. And I should be able to pay it back. Oh, $100,000. If I can borrow $100,000, I can buy a truck. Let's do it! 18% per annum. Oh, that's pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. I'll pay it down as fast as I can. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. Okay, let's go buy a truck before we accidentally spend a bunch of this money on traffic fines. Truck dealers. Make sure my stream is still good. Looks fine. So people are talking about like exercise bikes and VR. It's like, would you fog it up? Next mission, running from clouds of debt. Yeah, I should totally like just go deeply into debt. Yeah, I think like exercise bikes and VR, like if you prepare for it, like a lot of people are like, oh, it just doesn't work at all. It's just miserable. You're just gonna hate it. And you know, I haven't confirmed or denied that either way at this point. But I think the truth is that, you know, if you get some nice extra pads for your Rift, if you set up a fan, aim it at your face to cool you down. If you you know, open up the doors, open up the windows, cool off the place. If you just and you put on like, you know, headband and all this other stuff. I think if you do a lot of that stuff, you can. And the Rift, I think, is it's porous. The consumer Oculus Rift, so it's not actually that bad in terms of fogging. It's a lot better in terms of not fogging up than the dev kits so far, and that's something they figured out over time. I'm gonna buy right here in my starting city, in Czech Republic. Oh, I can't buy online. I have to go visit the dealer. Is this how it is in real life? I cannot just go to like a truck website and like buy a truck and like pay with my credit card, go pick it up. I have to actually go down and buy it in person. Alright. So I'm pretty sure this is literally the only truck I can afford. It is 98,000 euro. The next one is 120,000 euro. Renault Premium Normal Roof. Okay, so it's Renault. Series Premium Chassis 4x2. Cabin Normal Roof. Steering left hand. I guess it would have right hand steering if I were going to go driving in the UK. I don't think this game actually simulates the UK yet. Maybe it's in DLC. Engine power 380 horsepower. Engine torque 1800 newton meters. Gearbox OptiDrive. Fuel tank 1000 litre. That's a shitload of gasoline. Holy crap. 1000 liters. Like, god damn, I knew trucks used a lot of gas, but I mean, come on. My car, I mean, we use gallons in the US. I have like a 13 gallon tank. I don't know what that is. I think in liters that's about like 30 liters. This is ridiculous. Okay, paint. Optifuel gray. Gray, the most exciting color. Alright, I'm good. I'm ready to roll. Let's get it. Thank you for buying your first truck! I'm a truck owner! Fuck yeah! Roll that shit out. This cutscene is stuck in my face, but I don't even care. Look at it. Shit is beautiful. Look at how beautiful she is. And there it is. My truck depot is all ready. Pull in. I'm in my truck! Guys, I'm in my first truck. I bought it with my own money that I took from the bank. Oh my gosh. Look at it. Oh, and I have logs in my warehouse. This is wonderful. I could have a passenger sit with... I kind of wish this game had a multiplayer component so I could have like another Let's Player or a friend just kind of like have an avatar over in the passenger seat, be watching the game from their perspective. They would be able to talk and I would hear them over on my right. That would be a great feature. I would love that. For now, however, I'm going to start my engine, pull into my depot with my own brand new truck. I'm going to take such good care of this thing. I'm not going to damage it. I'm going to drive carefully. It's going to be my baby. I still suck at parking. Press the enter key to manage this garage. Let's do it. So here's my tiny garage. It only holds one little truck. Daily profit, 6,000 euros. What does that mean? Does my garage make a? How does my garage make a profit? How is it? Am I like dropping things off here and they're like being sold by workers in the garage? I don't understand. Whatever. All right. You know what? It's time for me. Oh, I can upgrade my garage. Cool. All right. Let's get out of here. I felt like doing a stream for this game because, as you can see, it is quite involved. It's a full game, so there's a lot of stuff to do. And it takes a while to just get to the point where you have your own garage like this. All right. Someone saying they would like this game in Gear VR, but they got Groove VR instead. I'm not familiar with Groove VR. That sounds fun. I'm actually very sad at the moment because somehow during my move to Mountain View, my Gear VR for my Note 4 has vanished. I either lost it or it was stolen at the same time that my DSLR was stolen. I had a $3,000 Nikon D800 camera. I've had it for years, and somebody broke into my room and took it while I was spending the night down in Mountain View. So that was very unfortunate. Actually, it wasn't. That was I had just slept there the previous night, and then I went to work, and they stole it like the moment I left for work. But it's okay. They actually left most of my expensive lenses, and I can always replace it with a new camera body later on. They got my super zoom lens, which was like a 18 to 300 lens, or 28 to 300 lens, which was a really nice lens, but it was only like 800, so I can replace all that shit eventually. Right now I'm saving up for VR shit though. Alright, let me think. I need to go to the job market. Freight market! Now that I have my own truck, I can get down on the freight market. So I can transport ice cream. Well, of course I'm going to transport the ice cream. Are you kidding? Ice cream, you scream, we all scream for a truck full of motherfucking ice cream. Let's roll. I'm in my own truck, and my truck is loaded. Is my truck loaded? Or do I still have to load my truck? Uh-oh. I think I still have to load my truck. Back into the garage. I love that I make the beep sounds when I back up. Very, very nice touch. Okay. I need to... Did I take the job or not? Or do I have to go pick it up? Is that what I have to do? F5. Okay, there's no destination on my GPS, so I think I didn't do that properly. Job market. Freight market. Ice cream. Set. There. Okay. Let's roll out. Okay, I think I need to actually back out of my garage. Oh god. Oh, I'm not good at backing out of things. Oh boy. This is why I suck at parking. When I lived at my old apartment, I had a super long driveway. It was long enough to have 7 cars all lined up in it. And I was way down at the end of my driveway, and so I had to back out. It took me I swear it took me 5 minutes sometimes to back out that driveway because I was so bad at it, and I just spent forever making sure I had it just right. Okay. Oh, these truck sounds are perfect. I love the sounds this truck makes. Whenever I stop the truck and it makes a hissing sound on the gas brakes. Sometimes I wish my car had gas brakes just so that I could make cool sounds when it stopped. Oh, Jesus! Stop. Don't hurt my baby. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna have to hang a left out of here, but that appears to be literally impossible. So, that's fine. This GPS is not that great. Come on, guys, let me in. What is with this traffic jam? Am I starting my delivery on a fucking, like, rush hour? Like 5 p.m.? Come on. I feel so sorry for the truckers when I see them, like, stuck on the highway in rush hour traffic. They just want to, like, get ice cream to our stores, and we are delaying them. I think they're partly paid by the mile as well, so that I think they're actually paid less when they are waiting in traffic. So that's sad too. Okay, guys, I'm just going to barge in. That's all I can do. You are going to let me in. All right, nobody coming. Let's roll. Sounds like my garage is closing up. Thank you for taking care of my garage. Friendly garage workers. All right. Oh, I could have turned left. Let's back up then. Let's do it. Never too late. Never too late. And I'm off. I just cut off that guy. He's going to be super angry. I don't even care. I got a truck. What is he going to do? He can't do shit. I am bigger and stronger. All right. Let's roll. I'm going to head down to pick up my ice cream. See, this is the glory of owning a truck. If you're a normal person, you want to pick up ice cream, you can go down to the supermarket. You can pick up a bucket. You can pick up 3 buckets if you want. What you cannot do is pick up a truckload of ice cream. That is what I am doing today. I hate roundabouts. Alright, that one was not bad though, because I just had to turn right through it. Okay, I'm on my way. I hope they're going to give me a refrigerated trailer because, you know, they said to bring my own equipment. I'm bringing my own equipment, but I do not have a refrigerated trailer. That sounds really expensive, so they better provide that. They probably do. I think that's how it works. They provide the trailers with the product so that they can pack it beforehand. I think. I honestly don't know how this shit works. Someone in the trucking business has to explain these things to me. Incidentally, this is part of what I love about this kind of game. That, like, when you play a game like this, you start to... And this is what I think education should really be about. Like, education is not about sitting down and memorizing a bunch of facts. Education is about being in a scenario where you naturally start to pose your own questions. And you naturally start to want to investigate those questions. So, like, when I'm driving along here, I'm like, what does that sign mean? How are trucks operated? How's the business operated? Who maintains the trucks and who maintains the trailers? And what if they don't own a truck? How do they get one? And all these things. Like, all these things that you normally only learn if you are actually, you know, in the business. If on the job, all these things you can start to learn by being placed into an effective simulation. And I think this is going to be really effective in kind of changing how education is done, changing it from having information thrust at you to being thrust into a scenario and determining for yourself what information you think is important to find out. And as soon as you have decided, you know, I wonder how this works, or I really need to know this before I can do this, then at that point you have a real motivation. You have a real motivation to learn. It's not just it's not just like an imaginary motivation. Oh, this homework's due tomorrow. I guess I have to learn the shit. It's you're learning because you really wanna do well in the simulation, and in order to do that, you have to learn the stuff. And this is a lot of why games are so effective at teaching. Like, games are probably the best educational system in existence today. Like, some games have ridiculously complex controls, and like tons of different enemies and power-ups, all with their own weaknesses. And like, imagine if the way we learned games was like at the very beginning, like they were like a manual comes with this game. It explains all the controls and all the enemies. And before you start, we recommend you just read through the entire thing and study it. And then you will be prepared to play the game. That's not how games work. They introduce the concepts one at a time. They gradually ease you into it. They put you in situations where you're in your zone of proximal development, which basically means that you have enough knowledge to almost solve the problem, but not quite. And then they'll pop up just a little bit of hinting to help get you all the way there. And that's really all you. And that's really the best way to learn. And games are so effective at doing it. And there's been a lot of educational research that has really confirmed this. And I think VR is just going to push that farther and farther into all kinds of learning, into history, into science, into physics, into, well, that's a kind of science. You know what I mean. Into math, into music, into everything. Everything. It's going to change everything. Oh, God. Don't want to exit. Don't want to exit. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. Okay. I'm fine. My baby is fine, aren't you? I would never crash you. Surprisingly, I didn't lose any money for that. I think in real life, if I crashed into a guardrail, the city would be concerned. I don't think they would actually charge me to fix the guardrail, but they would be upset. And my insurance would also go up. I think that's how it would go. Or at least that's how it would go here. I don't know how it goes in Europe. What happens in Europe if you're like in an accident and you like crash into like you know, a telephone pole or a guardrail or something? Like, are you responsible for part of the cost, or is it just like written off by the city? I'm curious about that. All right, I'm on my way. Oh, Jesus. I look through my nose hole to see what people are talking about, and I cannot see because something popped up. It looks like some kind of... Oh, I moved my mouse to a bad place. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I'm going to have to switch out of the game for a second. I will make sure I properly resume it when I get back in. All right. There we go. Okay, I'm just going to quickly fix my browser setting. I have a plugin enabled that caused something to pop up over the chat, so I couldn't read it. I need to disable my extensions. Images. There it is. Enabled, disabled, fixed. All right. You guys can see there's tons of jutter when I'm not actually in the game. That's just how it works. It's don't worry too much about it. All right, here I am. All right. All right, I can no longer bring up those things that cover the chat. That's all fixed. So at this point, the game is actually frozen. Oh, because I'm just hanging on to it. There we go, moving again. So the game is totally silent when the truck is off, which is a little bit disturbing. Let me adjust my microphone. There we go. Okay. Back it up. I'm so glad I cannot destroy my truck in this game. I would be very sad if I bought my truck and immediately just wrecked it. Alright, I'm on my way. What city am I taking this shit to? This ice cream needs to go. to a place where ice cream is needed. Where ice cream is needed, I will be there. You know, I think this is a good time to just say, you know, to all the truckers out there who spent just tons of time in the weeks leading up to the holiday season, making sure that the stores were all stocked with all the shit that we bought each other for Christmas. I just want to say thank you for getting that stuff to our stores. Things do not magically appear in stores, and if you did not bring them, everybody would get to the store and be angry because everything would be sold out. So, thank you, truckers. You are awesome and better at driving trucks than I am. I wonder sometimes if trucks are going to always be a thing, or like, are they going to eventually be replaced by some kind of like automated network of some kind? Some kind of, you know, rail system, some kind of tubes, I don't know. I feel like there's always going to be regions you can only really get to by truck. And they're going to still need trucks to supply them. Engine malfunction? Fuck me. Alright. How do I find a service center? I guess I just have to drive? That's what I get for crashing my truck, I guess. Poor baby is sick. Okay, we're gonna look for a service center as soon as one comes up on the right. I feel like there are a disproportionate number of service centers in this game compared to the real world. Okay, 200 meters. 200 meters. Don't worry, baby. Hang in there. Hang in there. Hang in there. Boom. Is this the gas station or this is the gas station? You know what? I could use some gas. I'm down with gas. $2 liters, 5 liters, 20 liters, 46 liters. That was fast. They appear to have accelerated the process for us. Even my car's tank doesn't fill that quickly. I wonder, like, if trucks have so many liters in their tanks, but their hose is the same size, does that mean that they just have to... Does that mean that they just have to, you know, hang out? And, like, just hang out for, like, half an hour while their tank fills? Okay, I spent a bit of money on gas, but I can afford it. What I cannot afford is going around with a broken engine. Oh, Jesus, there's a truck coming! Alright, let's roll. Gotta check my mirrors. What city is this ice cream in, anyway? I've gone so far and I still haven't even picked up my ice cream. What a miserable existence without ice cream. Well, it's a lumberyard. Oops. Nearly crashed into that car while I was looking at the lumberyard. I really have to temper my temptation to look around and wonder. Oh god, this truck's going so slow. I should pass them, but if I do, I'll probably just ram head on into some car going the other way. You can't actually see very, like, because the angular density is so low in the Rift, like, cars that are way down the road are like 5 pixels wide. They're super tiny. And they just look like little blurry splotches. So that's one of the problems with driving games or flying games in the Rift, especially flying games, is far away things just look like completely indistinct. It's kind of like if you just had bad, like if you were nearsighted. That's a good analogy. If you imagine just being nearsighted. So you can see the things up close to you pretty clearly. I'm going to service as soon as I can. Oh, Jesus. My engine is having trouble. I'll get you help, baby. Don't you worry. Somehow I have to find a service station, but where? I don't even know where to find one. I'm lost in Europe. Alright. Somehow I'm gonna have to find a service station, but I don't know quite how. Maybe if I hit escape? Let's see here. I feel like the quality actually improves in the menu. I think they adjust the the pixel density in the menu so that you can see things more clearly and read the text more clearly. It's still pretty blurry, but it's a lot better than in the game, where you can't even like read the signs. Let me see here. I need to find service station. Oh god. Everything's broken. Everything's broken. How am I gonna get to service station? Check my world map. That's not helpful. Am I driving all the way to Leipzig to pick up ice cream? Is that really my destination? Alright, that's fine. Okay, I don't know what these little things are doing. I'm just gonna take them away. Oh man. I have no idea how to get to a service station. I'm just gonna have to drive till I get to town. I'm sure once I get to town, I'll be able to find a service station. It's so weird to come out of the menu and I'm literally already moving. I feel like I've just been dramatically, like, suddenly accelerated. Because in the menu, I felt like I was perfectly still. Alright. I am gonna pass this motherfucker. I don't care. I don't care if the line's solid. I don't care if there's oncoming traffic. I don't have... Oh shit, it's a truck! Jesus Christ! I'm fine. Everything's fine. Alright, alright. Bad decisions that I've made today. That's one of them. That did not help my engine. Alright. I'm just gonna have to keep going to town. I'm sure in Leipzig I'll find a service station. Alright, let's go. Ooh, nice pretty lake. Look at that. Is that a lake or is that a reservoir? I can't tell. Whatever. Yes, I crashed into the truck right in front of me. Somehow they weren't upset. They just kind of stopped for a minute and then they kept going. And I'm still right behind them. They don't seem to mind. They don't seem alarmed that the person who crashed into them is still driving immediately behind them. I feel like they could afford to be a little bit more angry about this. Okay. I'm about to make my turn. I'm almost to town. Let's see, what else is there to talk about? I've really been looking for more demos to play recently, and I did a development tutorial recently for Unity. And the Oculus Rift DK2 using the latest version of the runtime. I would love to update that with some more development tutorials. I wanna do the DK2 with the latest version of the Unreal Engine. I believe I still have my Unreal Engine subscription, even though I got a student annual subscription, so I got it free for like a year. After that, I'm just gonna start paying for it. It's quite cheap. I don't actually have to pay for it, but I feel like I should support Unreal because they're one of the major engines supporting VR. They're doing great things. And it's a great engine. And Unreal has the main difference between Unreal and Unity is they have a lot of really nice graphic options turned on by default. And they use Blueprint visual scripting for their scripting, which instead of Unity, which relies on kind of traditional programming languages for their scripting, like C#. Unity does have a very popular asset store plugin called Playmaker, which can be used for visual scripting. It's actually quite similar to Blueprint. So if you like visual scripting, if you're an artist, you should check out Playmaker. You can also script in C++ in Unity. and I haven't gotten a chance to try it yet. I do know C++, so I would not have too much of an issue with it. I think it is, in many ways, a less than ideal language for new developers and people who have never coded before to be using. So that's one of the reasons I'm not a big fan of Unreal for as a starting engine for new game developers or people just building their first VR experience. I think Unity is a little bit better because that's a better ramp up on those coding skills. A better training process. They also have a better set of tutorials. A lot of Unreal Engine 4 has been kind of redesigned, and they haven't gotten around to rewriting all of their tutorials. Okay. But they're both great engines, and they're both used by professional studios all the time. I believe I'm now in Leipzig. Oh, Jesus, stop. Okay. Somewhere around here, there's gotta be a repair shop for my poor little truck. Oh, Jesus. I hope I'm not going to spend all the money I made from this job, or will make from this job, on repairs for my truck. Alright. How to make a VR avatar toss a football. That sounds rather challenging. Honestly, if that's your goal, mocap. Like, get your hands on some kind of mocap system, find yourself a football player, have them throw a football. Easiest way to do it. Otherwise, you're probably going to end up like using some kind of skeleton, doing it frame by frame. I have not done a lot of character animation yet, so it's definitely an area I need to learn more about. It is a very interesting area. Characters are some of the most complicated things to animate, partly because people are so attuned to how they expect other people and animals to behave and how they expect them to move that even very small errors are very, very clear to people. Whereas if you see like a clock and like the gears aren't moving quite right, like nobody notices that unless they're like a watchmaker. Okay, is this my stop? This is my stop. Oops, I'm gonna hit the curb. Yay, I'm fine. Drove on the curb a little bit, didn't even get a ticket. Alright, finally made it here. Can pick up this goddamn ice cream. Where's my ice cream? Cheese and apples? Is this healthy eating day? What is this shit? Oh, come on. Come on. All right, fine. We'll deliver cheese. We'll deliver cheese. I'm fine with having a truck full of cheese. I wonder what kind of cheese it's gonna be. All right. There's my truck full of... Oh, did I actually forget to pick up my truck full of ice cream at the beginning? Is that what I did? Oh my god. Oh my god. I came all the way here without the ice cream. I was supposed to bring the ice cream. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, it's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna hit enter. I'm just gonna... back up. Back up. Back up. I need to back onto this trailer so I can pick it up. So I can pick up a trailer full of cheese. That cheese is waiting for me. Euro goodies. The best cheese of Europe. Sounds like when my engine malfunctions, it just kind of randomly stops at inopportune moments. Probably because I'm just abusing my clutch so much. Alright. I didn't notice that mirror out front before. That shows me in front of my cab. That's really useful. Okay. Straighten out my wheel. Straight back. Straight back. Not that fast. Straight back. Okay, I probably want to adjust a little bit to the... Which way do I want to adjust? To the left, I want to say? To the left. No, because I'm going backwards. To the right? No, to the left. To the left. All the cheese I own in a box to the left. Alright. There we go. Okay, I think I'm on track here. Oh, this is hard. Now you see why I have such a hard time getting out of my driveway. I have literally no clue. Okay. There we go. Just about got the cheese. Just about got the... Cheese. Cheese. Give me the cheese. Do I have the cheese now? Can I have it? Can I drive away with it? Damn it! I don't know how this game works. I just want the cheese. Is that too much to ask? Get under there. Ow! Okay, I messed that up. It's cool. I went a little bit too fast coming in, but it's cool. T. Got it. I got the cheese. Oh, well, that was stressful. Let's get this cheese on its way to wherever the fuck I'm taking it. You guys ready for another road trip? People are saying NFL is already training quarterbacks in VR. That's super cool. I bet our next generation of sports stars are going to start being raised on VR. They're going to practice against like the very best. Maybe they'll practice against like simulations of like the team that they're planning to beat. Ah, itchy nose. Alright, let's get out of Leipzig. Take this cheese where it needs to go. Whoops, nearly ran into that car. Lucky they didn't stop. Alright, I've got the cheesiest truck in Europe, and I'm on my way. Alright, what else is going on lately? Let me think. So I also want to do Gear VR tutorials. Unfortunately, as I said, my Gear VR has gone up and missing. So what I'm probably going to do is when I have a bit more money, I'm going to upgrade my Note 4 to a Note 5. Oops, nearly running into this car. I'm going to upgrade my Note 4 to a Note 5. I'm going to get my hands on the very latest $100 consumer Gear VR. It'll be a more powerful phone anyway. And I'm probably going to just use my old phone as like a... Oops, nearly ran that red light. Going to use my old phone as just a test device at work. And then I'll use my Note 5 for stuff on the channel and for the development tutorials with the new Gear VR. And it's probably for the best because I think there are actually some new titles for Gear VR that don't even run on Note 4 because they're starting to phase it out. Most of them still do, but there's a few. Okay, I think it's my turn to go. Can't get a good look at that stoplight. Let me go. I'm going. I don't care if it's your turn. I'm going. Alright. Gotta get out of this German city. I'm curious if any of my viewers here are from Leipzig, or however the hell you say it. I am unfortunately not a great pronouncer of German. I took a couple classes in German. I vaguely remember a few phrases, but I haven't had a chance to practice it much, so unfortunately I do not remember most of it. I could say Guten Tag. I remember a surprising amount of the lyrics to 99 Luftballons. 99 Luftballons auf ihrem Weg zum Horizonte. Alright, but I actually know a lot more French than I do German. Even my French is not super good. I can read and write French pretty well. I'm not good at holding a verbal conversation in French. I feel like I need to find a repair shop. But where? I'm sure eventually I will run across one in the course of doing my stuff. I don't think that's not a repair shop. That's just like a random farm business, I think. Or is it? Oh, that's cool. I'm leaving Leipzig and they just had a sign that said Leipzig and like a big red slash across it. That is so cool. I love that kind of symbolic signage. Okay, this is the lumberyard. In the US, our signs always say, "You are now entering," or "You are now leaving," or "Goodbye, please come again." But when you go to Germany, they're like, "Leipzig. No Leipzig. Leipzig is over." They don't need friendliness. Alright. I'm on my way. We're on the highway. It is my way or the highway, or in this case, my way is the highway. Going past some... I like that little wooden fence. I can't actually tell how fast I'm, like, if I look out the side, I can see things are going by fairly quickly, but I don't think they're going by as quickly as they would actually be going if I were going down, like, the Autobahn. I don't think I'm going, 100 kilometers an hour. I feel like I'm going, even though my speedometer says 70, I feel like I'm going more like 40 kilometers an hour or something. It feels very slow. Stop! Alright. Gonna hang a right. Oh, I love... One of my favorite things about playing this game, like when I played on DK1, I could not do this. I love being able to lean around, look out my window, check things out to the side. Leaning closer to my steering wheel, leaning closer to my map and take a closer look at it. And I don't want to overemphasize leaning because positional tracking is so much more important than just enabling these lean-based mechanics. It's also important for comfort. It's also important for avoiding having to calibrate your eye to neck distance. But it's definitely very, very fun and cool to be able to examine things closely. To be able to lean around as a way of activating things and as a way of looking through things. And I think that they're going to find a lot of interesting applications for that. At first, they were using it in a lot of kind of gimmicky ways. They were like flying simulators where you could lean to fly left and right. And I think they're going to find kind of more natural applications for leaning that are more intuitive. For example, leaning might indicate your body language to other characters. Leaning might, I don't know. I need to think more about it. I think it's going to be definitely an important input device in addition to its other applications. Oh, my engine is in so much trouble. At least it's still running. Barely. Oh, come on. I don't want to get stranded out here. Can you imagine being stranded in a truck in the German countryside? Oh boy. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. My engine is fine. You're gonna be okay, baby. I'm gonna get you to a shop. We're gonna find a shop. Oh, Jesus Christ. Gotta figure this out. How am I gonna find a shop? The map view was exactly zero helpful. Maybe there's like a list of shops somewhere in this gargantuan complex interface. I feel like this game could use quite a bit more tutorializing. Like the very first time you start up the game, they're like, hit E to turn on your engine. Use WASD to drive. Okay, you're good, bye. They tell me nothing about what all this other shit does. There's like a phone. I can hit F7 to use a phone. I don't know what that does. Does that let me like call people? Why do I need to call people? I don't understand. Nothing makes sense. It's all a mystery. It's fine. It's fine. I'll learn more as I play the game. Oh, that's cute. My character just yawned. I think she's getting a bit tired. She may have to take a little nap at one of these. Oh, is that actually part of the game mechanics? Like, if my driver gets too tired, do I, like, start, like, swerving? Or, like, do her eyes start closing? I don't know. I think it's time for a nap. From a distance, it looks like that truck in front of me is carrying just a gigantic Santa hat. Maybe it's been Christmas for too long. I don't know. But I'm gonna pull over into this gas station here. Can I do repairs here? I feel like I should be able to do repairs here. Okay, engine stopped. Gotta stop the engine before I fill the gas tank. Fill her up. 98 liters. That's quite a lot of liters. Ouch, 144 euros. That's fine. I'm gonna earn more money than that from packing all this cheese. Alright, so quiet all of a sudden. I can just hear them driving past outside my window. Very quiet. Oh my god, driver, take a nap. Oh, I need to make it to a hotel, don't I? I think that's what the little blue icon means, that my driver is sleepy. Oh boy. Okay, F7. Call. Damage 47. Oh boy. Call assistance service. Assistance service is going to charge me a shitload of money, aren't they? Next rest stop. 1 hour. Can I stay awake until then? Oh man. Alright. Well, I'm going to Dresden with a truck full of cheese. I got a truck full of cheese. And I'm going to Dresden. And next rest stop in 1 hour. So if I can just hold out until then, I can take a nap there. Maybe there'll be a service station? Yeah, you better stop. I'm pulling out here. Be on your way. Okay, I'm just going to keep going until I get to the rest stop. Maybe at the rest stop there's going to be a service station. It's so weird. When I'm in here, I feel like this is the kind of game where I spend a long time in this environment. And it's such a realistic environment that I feel like when I pull off my headset, it's going to be one of those times when I feel like I've just gotten home from a long trip. I'm going to be like, well, that was a good day's trucking. Home to see my wife and kids now. Or husband and kids. Or either way. I don't know what kind of spouse my trucker has. And yeah, it's just going to be like and especially when it's sunny out like this, whereas in real life in California right now, it is actually dark out, I believe. And I missed my turn. Good job. Good job. It's fine. Everything's fine. In California, it's actually, I believe it's dark out already. I may be wrong about that. I mean, may need to double check the time. Is that the actual time? I believe it. No, that's not the actual time. Huh. See, I thought that Tuesday 15:06, I thought it was actually 3 p.m. in the real world. But that's not real time. It's moving too quickly to be real time. And it's raining again. That's what I need. A broken engine and a goddamn rainstorm. Okay. It's fine. Everything's fine. BCP. Is that British Petroleum? No, that would be BP. What is BCP? Is that like a European drug? Alright, let's go. So I don't actually know if it's dark in the real world right now. I would have to take off my headset to check. But if it is, and I take off my headset, I always get this really weird feeling when I go from day environments in VR to a night environment in the real world. And I forgot to turn on my headlights again. Let's actually find the key for that before I get another penalty. And likewise, when it's daytime outside and it's nighttime in VR, it always feels strange, like the sun has suddenly risen, like instantly when I take my headset off. It's very unsettling, but kind of awesome. Okay, get out of here. What I want is my keyboard keys. Okay, somewhere here there's going to be headlights. Headlights. L? Is L? I think it's L. Light modes. L. My throat is probably going to be a little bit hoarse after this, because I talk for so long when I do these things. But it's okay. Whoa, that sudden motion. Quite unnerving. Okay. Turn my lights on. Lights activated. Are there multiple light modes? Oh, there are. Oh, check that out. So I think the first one is just my parking lights for visibility, and the second one is actual beams. So those would be suitable for night driving. Am I going to get to do night driving? That sounds truly terrifying. Oh look, I'm in Dresden already. Stop! There! Holy shit, that was close. So much momentum, so hard to stop. It's okay. You get off this time, BCP. Everything does feel more peaceful in the rain. Just hearing it land on my windshield, hearing my windshield wipers just wiping. The sound adds so much to this game. The sound I think is what sells it, is what gives you the feeling that you're really in these environments. Uh-oh. Oh, the sleepiness effects are kicking in. The sleepiness effects. So as soon as I start getting sleepy, I start to see black creeping in at the edge of my vision for just a minute, representing, I believe, my character closing her eyes. But I'm almost there. If I can make my delivery, I can sleep right in the yard. I think. Or do I have to go to an actual rest stop? Well, there has to be a hotel in Dresden somewhere. Come on. Don't go through the red light. Alright. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep. So peaceful. Nobody but me and the hum of my engine. Keeping an eye on the stoplight over there. Go! Go! I wonder if I should turn off my headlights before I start my engine. Maybe that would make it easier to start. Or maybe they do not simulate that aspect. Oh, my engine is in bad shape. Oh, God. I am getting tired. You're getting very sleepy. You want to take a nap. I have discovered a recruitment agency. Nice. I can hire other people to play this game. Alright. Almost there. Almost there. Finally gonna make it back with the cheese. Well, that guy was already accelerating when the light was yellow. Maybe I should take his example. Okay. Maybe that's why they have it turn from red to yellow first, so that you can start accelerating. I think that's the, like, actual intention. Oh, Jesus, did I miss it? Back up! Back up! I ain't missing my turn. Hell no. There we go. Alright. And my engine stops. Okay, almost there, almost there. Transinet. Here's your cheese. Hope you enjoy it. Cheese delivered from Leipzig to Dresden. Paying 1,000 euros for damage. That was terrible. Alright. I think it's time to fix up my truck. I need to visit a service station. Where am I going to find a service station? And how do I sleep? Where do I go to sleep? Do I go to a rest station? Ooh, upgrades. I don't think I want to buy any of these things. I will come back. Oh, set GPS to nearest shop. Interesting. Garage manager. I can quick travel to my garage if I want to. That's very handy. Diagnostics. Visit service station. How do I visit a service station? There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a thing to like set my GPS to the nearest service station. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure out how to do it. I swear I have the most useless GPS in the world. Come on, come on. Truck dealers, cabin adjustments? Oh, I can actually adjust my driver's seat. That's kind of sweet. Let's do it. Ah, okay, this is extremely disorienting. It's another one of those scenes where the camera is glued to my head and the whole world moves with my head. But it's okay. I'm just going to hold my head really still and adjust, adjust, adjust. I want to be a bit forward so I can see out of my left window properly. Maybe a bit lower? Like this? No, I think I was at about the right height. Maybe a bit higher. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. Alright. I need to take a nap. How am I going to take a nap? Oh wait, I see a bed there, right on my GPS. Let's see if I can figure out how to select it. Alright, I've just about got this, I think. F5. Zoom. Now screw it. Just gonna drive. Is this the ice cream? Is this the ice cream I forgot to pick up earlier? It's probably all melted by now. No, this is tomatoes. Alright, I'm down with tomatoes. I'll take your dirty tomatoes. But then I'm going to bed. Taking these tomatoes straight to the hotel. Alright. They're not giving me a gap to turn. Guys, I'm tired. I need to turn. Fine. Okay, what else is going on? Let me think. Let me see if you guys have any questions. Okay, so I just drive to the station. I can sleep at parking lots. I don't actually know how to do that. Not going to worry about it. I'm going to the hotel. I'm sure the hotel will explain how to sleep. And I think I just blocked literally multiple lanes of traffic. Alright. Hang a right. And after I get some shut-eye, I'm going to go to a service station. I'm going to find one here in Dresden. We're going to get all fixed up. My baby's going to be purring like a newborn kitty cat. We're going to be ready to go. Honestly, considering how much I damaged these trucks. Ah, stop! Okay. Considering how much I damaged these trucks, I'm starting to think it might be better if I just borrowed other people's trucks for these missions. But it's fine. Where am I going to park here? Wait, did I seriously just drive to a hotel so I could park in the parking lot and sleep in the parking lot? I don't think that's how hotels work. Fine. Fine. Stop the engine. Let's go to bed. Do 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 do. And it's the middle of the night. I ain't driving in these conditions. It is pretty out though. Look at those lights. Oh, and look at them shining here in my cabin. Oh. Oh wow. I can see street lights in the distance, the cloudy sky. I can see all those lights in my rearview mirrors. Oh, look how pretty it is. Oh, this is giving me chills. I really feel like I'm just sitting in a truck with the engine off in a parking lot at night. And all these lights are on. I wouldn't be surprised to hear fireflies right now. Oh, this is awesome. You can see just the hint of light shining on my passenger seat. Oh, this is lovely. This is lovely. I want to see if I can turn my engine on and see my headlights at night. I don't think I need to have my windshield wipers on anymore. Check it out. My headlights are on. Shining on the fence. Check it out. Oh, they look perfect. I had no idea the night driving in this game was this cool. Fuck it, I am going driving. I don't care if I'm a shitty truck driver. This is too beautiful to pass up. Now if I can just get out of this lot without colliding with anything. Oh, that's right, I need to get my truck repaired. Do you think they're open at night? Maybe I should just rest some more. It's okay. I'll come back here and I'll rest until nighttime later. Uh-oh. Looks like my delivery may be running a little bit late. Alright. Start my engine. Let's roll. We got a truck to repair. I saw one right on the other side of town. Gonna head straight there. I gotta wonder, like, Euro Truck Simulator is obviously a game that works really well in VR, but I wonder who it was down at the studio that made this game who decided to actually to make the jump and to actually commit to porting their game to VR way back in the early DK1 days. Was it just like one guy who was like, VR is awesome and we should do it, and they were like, okay, or was it like something they were like all like super stoked about and like just waiting for the day they could get their hands on their DK1? I am curious to know. Okay, nobody's letting me in. This is bullshit. I'll just go the other way. And the moment I say that, people start coming the other way. Alright, let's roll. I still have trouble with getting out of tracking range with the tracking camera on my DK2. That's partly because, it's partly just because it's a bit hard to find a place to put it in my room. Because the camera, my webcam has to be super close up in my face, and that doesn't give me a good place to put the other camera because it's not supposed to be quite as close. And so the webcam ends up occluding it. It's a big mess, so I put it off to the side. But where am I going? But the new tracker camera for the final Oculus Rift is actually quite a lot better. Okay, there's the repair station. I can see it. It has a much wider field of view, so you can just sit it on your desk, like seriously, like just 1 meter in front of you, 3 feet in front of you, and it'll see you no matter how far you move your head. It's much wider field of view. It's much more robust than new tracking. So if you ever had problems getting out tracking camera range with DK2, do not worry. That is one of the things they fixed. They did a brilliant job with the positional tracking on the consumer Rift. And I think that's going to be what really sets it apart. I mean, obviously the Vive has positional tracking, which is very excellent. You do have to be in range of the lighthouses. I feel in a sense oh, it's on the other side. Okay. I feel in a sense the Rift is kind of more portable. Like, it's not mobile VR, but like with the Rift is tiny. The consumer version of the Rift, it's like the size of like a shoe. And the tracking camera is also tiny. You can just toss that shit like in a purse, in your backpack, in a messenger bag, whatever, in your bicycle bag. And then you could just take it over to your friend's house, and then you just plug it in. You plug in like an HDMI cable and 2 USB cables, and you're set to go. And that's it. And you plop it on the desk, and you're done. So it's super easy to set up and tear down. And I think that convenience is going to be a big part of what the advantage of the Rift is compared to other solutions. Like, I mean, Vive doesn't exactly take forever to set up, but you have to figure out a good place to put the lighthouses down. It has to be a surface that's not vibrating. It's larger, and the lighthouses are larger than the Rift camera, a bit harder to move. And you have to like designate the tracking area, and that's a setup step. So there's definitely more setup involved. It's more suited for kind of more permanent home spaces. All right. What's the damage? $21,000? Jesus Christ, I don't have that kind of money. I'm just a cheese deliverer. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. What's the most important thing to repair? It ain't the chassis. It might be the chassis. It's not the cabin. I don't give a fuck about the cabin. My wheels are looking just fine. It's my engine I'm really worried about. And my transmission, if that blows, I'm in a heap of trouble. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna leave the chassis alone. Fix my engine, fix my transmission. Those are my critical components. All right. Nice and green. Then I'm gonna earn some money and fix up my baby. Get her back in shape. Do I want to upgrade? Oh, I really can't afford any upgrades though. I really don't think I can. Let's get out of here. I'll get upgrades later. And I said at some point that I was gonna rest until nighttime so I could deliver this. What am I toting now? I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I can stop in any parking lot. Oh, that is sweet. Truckers can... Engine malfunction? No way! No way. I literally just fixed my engine. You are full of shit. Alright, I'm gonna rest. Okay, I was trying to rest. I don't think I'm properly in the parking space. What are those red on my... I see red on my dashboard and it's freaking me out. I don't know what that means. What the hell is going on with my truck? See, my engine is fine. My engine is 100% engine fresh. It is perfect. Everything is perfect. There's no need to worry. Now it's time for a nap. I'm going to turn my lights off. There we go. I'm going to take a nap. It's nap time. I'm going to stop right here. I feel like the back of my truck is like protruding. Wait, did I forget to pick up my cargo again? Oh, thank God I didn't leave town yet. Alright, starting to get dark. but it's not dark yet. This is a resting place, but you are not tired. Fine. That suits me fine. But I got shit to deliver. I'm gonna be late on my delivery if I don't get going. I can't just sleep on the job. Let's roll. First I gotta pick up my stuff. Should probably turn on my lights. It's getting late. There we go. Time passes quite quickly in this game, so I think it's not going to be more than a few minutes before it's dark out. Stop! No! Whew. Almost got a red light infraction there. Alright. Let's see if you guys have any questions while I'm waiting at this light. So I actually could rest at that parking lot at the repair store. I was surprised. I thought I could only rest at the hotel parking lot. Turns out, any parking lot will do. Oh, green light. Green light. Go, go, go. Gotta go pick up my cargo. Red light. I feel like I'm about to drag race this truck next to me. I'm like, come on. You game? You game? Let's roll. And go! Very slowly accelerate. Okay. And now I'm just going to pull off. Okay. There's my truck full of goodies. See if I can attach the trailer correctly this time without injuring my poor baby. I am way off. Oops, wrong direction, wrong direction. Okay. I'm curious if among you guys, like, how many of you are super disappointed by the pricing news and like have decided that you're just not going to buy a Rift anymore because you can't afford it, or because you're just not willing to spend that much money? And if you don't buy a Rift, are you going to buy some other headset instead? Are you going to buy like one of the DK2 clones? Are you gonna buy because the Vive's probably also going to be kind of expensive. But maybe you'll buy, like, maybe you have a PlayStation 4, maybe you'll pick up a PSVR, or maybe you're just going to wait for, you know, for the price of Rifts to go down, for some used Rifts to start showing up on eBay. I'm curious, what's your plan? What is your plan if you do not have money to buy a Rift? Alright. Almost there? Slow down, slow down! Oh, Jesus! Ow! I hit back instead of forward. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. I've got my cargo. Why does it keep saying engine malfunction? I totally fixed my engine. I guess I have to also fix my chassis before it stops saying that? I don't understand. Regardless, I'm getting out of this town. I've seen enough of Dresden for one day. I'm not taking any chances on this right on red thing. So some people are like, oh, they got like 2,000 saved up for the Rift, so they're going to be ready regardless. Other people have been planning to get a Vive. Some people are thinking about like sleeping in the headset to see what happens. It's actually a lot of, I've done it like one time. I once went to sleep in Minecraft. And it was the weirdest thing, because whenever you wake up when you're inside a headset, you always feel, for just a few minutes, like that's the world you woke up into. And it feels just a little bit more real than it does usually. Because like after you've been asleep for 8 hours, your eyes have been closed, you haven't seen the real world in 8 hours. And so you don't feel like you've been there recently. It's not in your short-term memory. It's not in your recent memory at all. So that virtual world is kind of, it's all you've seen since you've woken up. And oh shit, my engine's on the fritz. Oh god, I don't want to go driving at night with my lights fucking. Oh, this is trouble. Alright, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just gonna get there. I'll get there, I'll get my money, I'll repair my baby. That's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, people have described it as being much more real, and I definitely, at least for a few minutes, I had that impression like, huh, what a pretty world. I wonder why the sun is square today. The sun is usually round. And eventually I just kind of thought about it. I was like, wait a minute. The sun is always round. The sun is never square. This isn't life. This is Minecraft. But it was definitely super fun. Oh shit, shit, shit! This is my turn. Okay. Gotta watch my GPS. It's like when you come out of sleep, like, people have dreams where, like, all sense of rationality is just suspended, where people do weird ass shit, and it's, like, totally normal in the dream world. Like, you ever have one of those dreams where it's like you're, like you meet Obama and he's, like, playing the saxophone, and then he has a pet zebra, and you go on adventures, and it's just, like, there's nothing unusual about this. This is, like, just how it works in that world. And then you wake up and you're like, oh, why doesn't Obama have a zebra today? What happened to his zebra? Oh shit. Shit. Okay. Driving. Alright. Ah! Lights are off! Don't fail me, engine. I don't understand why I fixed my engine and my engine is still on the fritz. It's fine. I feel this really cold air blowing against me in my room. Like, there's always these weird sensations I get from my room while I'm playing. Like, I feel like sometimes my heater turns on and, like, blows air against me. Sometimes I feel vibrations from the floor or from the wall when the neighbors are, like, shutting doors and stuff. And it always freaks me out because I always just imagine that maybe somebody just, like, walked into my room and is, like, standing right next to me and I have absolutely no idea. And they're just, like, watching everything on my screen or, like, putting, like, a thumbs up in front of the camera and they're just not saying anything. They could do that anytime they wanted. I felt especially like when I did one episode where I actually went to the park and I recorded the whole episode in the park with my Gear VR. And like I had no way of telling when I was wearing the Gear VR whether my camera was still there and still recording. Literally at any time, someone could have just woken. Someone could have just, what the fuck are you doing, car? Literally at any time, somebody, oh Jesus. Okay. It's okay. Everything's okay. Literally at any time, someone could have walked up and just stolen my camera and walked away with it while I was recording the episode. Fortunately, nobody did that. I really need like a spotter or somebody to just like hang out and watch me while I'm in the headset to make sure nothing bad happens when I do things outdoors. I was thinking of just like maybe tying a rope to my foot and like tying it to the camera. That way if someone tried to take it, I would know about it. I feel like that would probably not work. They would probably just like carefully remove the rope from the camera and then walk off with it. Or maybe they would just cut the rope. I don't know. Maybe I would put a car alarm on it so if anybody moves it, it makes a big alarm sound. Then I would hear it. I don't know. Honestly, I just need friends. I need local friends who can watch out for me. Alright, let's be on our way. Where am I taking this again? Why is everybody else going so much faster than me? Being a truck sucks, because trucks are always slow. They're slow to accelerate, they're slow to brake. They don't go very fast. I mean, trucks can go very fast, but it's inadvisable because they brake so slowly. So if any kind of danger happened, they would be kind of fucked if they were going super fast. Oh, a tunnel! Sweet! I don't think I've been in an enclosed space yet in this game. And my headlights cut out in the tunnel. Good thing it's a lit tunnel. It's getting dark though. I'm glad you cannot get stranded in this game. If this were real life, I would have already run this poor truck into the ground. Still be paying it off. Windmills! Let's buy 2 big industrial windmills. I don't need no gas, I think. I don't actually know where my gas gauge is or how to tell how much gas I have. I think it's one of those meters back there behind the screen. Oh wait, I see it. Yeah, my gas is doing fine. My gas is fine. Oh, is that a rest stop? I don't need the rest. I've been sleeping all day. Okay. Oh, check out that scenic sky behind me. What a beautiful sight. Oh, it's always beautiful in the evening time. Hang in there, little truck. We're gonna make you some money. Get you all fixed up. Not to worry. Oh, look at those clouds! Oh, it feels like a storm is approaching. It feels like a dark twilight on a cloudy day. So pretty. Look how pretty it is. And then look at the road before I crash. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay, I'm going a bit fast. Starting to catch up with that car carrying truck in front of me. I want to carry cars. I should get a job where I carry cars. Car carrying trucks are super cool. I think car carrying trucks are used for at least 2 purposes. One of them is to deliver new cars to like the car dealerships, and because they don't want any miles on the car for some reason, so they can't just drive them. Plus it's like cheaper to have one person drive a bunch of cars than to have multiple drivers all driving the cars individually. And the other thing they use them for, I believe, is like rental car businesses. Like they'll sometimes have like people driving a bunch of cars in one direction. Like they'll start in one city and they'll go to another city, then they'll drop them off in the other city, and eventually the other city just has too many cars and the first city doesn't have enough cars, and then they'll take some of the cars and just move them back all at once. And I think they try to avoid doing that. They try and they try and set up their price structure so they encourage people to take the cars back for them. But I think sometimes they just have to load them up on a truck and take them back. I really hope I survive this trip. It's getting late. It's nearly 10 o'clock. 21:54. Pretty soon it's going to be dark out here. I'm surprised it's not totally dark already. Must be summer. I don't think it's summer in Europe right now. I don't think that's how seasons work. I know it's summer in Australia. This is a long trip. Where am I going? That's so far away. I hope I didn't miss my stop. It's the weirdest thing, like it's getting a little bit cold in my room, and I just feel this temptation where I want to reach out and grab that knob and turn it to, like I see it's on blue, I want to turn it to red so I can heat up the cabin a little bit. But that won't work. That will literally just do nothing to the temperature in my room, unfortunately. That would be cool though, if I could be in a game like this and I could like adjust the temperature adjuster in the game and it would be directly hooked up to like the heater in my room. That would be super cool. Do. They've got this music going the whole time. I'm glad they let you put in your own music because I think I would get a little bit sick of listening to the same music on these long trips over and over again. It reminds me of something today I was watching a Did You Know Gaming, and they were talking about how the music for the original Legend of Zelda. So what Koji Kondo wrote it, and he's a brilliant composer. And what he would do is he would write the song, and he would design the song so that it could be looped, because they didn't have room for like a really big complex song. It had to be a pretty simple song. Okay, almost time for me to exit here. I'm gonna get down there. I don't think I've ever done one of these highway exits. Stop! Whew, that was a fast slowdown. Okay. And so he would write the song, and then he would just play it. He would loop the song for days and days and days, and just listen to it over and over. And he would do that. Stop! Oh, Jesus Christ. It's fine. Everything's fine. I just hit a pole. This is why I shouldn't go driving at night. But yeah, anyway, he would listen to it for days, and if he ever got sick of it, then he would change the song. So that's how we ended up with these songs where like you can just like play them on a 30-second loop for like 3 hours while you're wandering the overworld and can't find where the fuck level 7 is, and you would never get sick of that song. It would just keep going and going and going. You would never get sick of it, and there's nothing like that today. Like, I don't know how you make music that people never get sick of. There's some kind of special secret art to that. Oh, it's getting really dark out now. The street lights are all on. And the lights go down in the city. I really do like this game at night. Like, even though it is harder to drive at night, it is gorgeous. Rock Law discovered. Sweet. Everything about this game is gorgeous at night. All the lighting, all the beautiful sky, how it's all twilight and blue and purple. Seeing all the tail lights on the cars and trucks as I go by. Holy shit! Stop, 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 stop! Christ! Oh. That was unexpected. It's fine. Everybody's fine. I paid my 400 euros. Can we just go home? Sorry. I gotta be careful when I come into a city. Looks like I'm gonna get there pretty soon. They're saying I should get there in just a couple minutes. Oh yeah, I'm coming into town. If I had been paying attention to coming into town, I might not have crashed. Looks like I'm gonna hang a left up there. So I'm gonna want to change lanes. Luckily, there's nobody coming up on my left. Oh my god. Truck. Don't give up. I believe in you. You're my baby. You can do anything. You could deliver cheese. You could deliver ice cream. You could deliver a refrigerated trunk full of delicious, I don't know, lollipops, monkeys, radishes, bowling balls, anything. You can do it. Stop. Okay. I really need to stop slamming on the brakes like that. At some points in this game, I've actually seen pedestrians. Like when I go across bridges and stuff, you can catch them on the sidewalk. I think that was in a different city, though. I think I was in Vienna when I saw that. Just watching those approaching headlights. This is such a night driving feeling. Here we are in Rocklaw. I hope I'm saying that right. Rocklaw? Rocklaw? Is this Hungary? I'm not sure even what country I'm in. Poland? Oh, maybe this is Poland? I don't know. I'm super bad at geography. I should know this, but I don't. I'm very sorry. At one point, I actually, like, memorized the countries of Europe, and I could point to any one of them on a map. But I don't think I remember all of them quite that well anymore. Alright. Starry night, trucky night. All is calm, all is bright. Round that roundabout, deliver that truck. Stop! Okay. Let's see if I can actually pull off the parking. You think I can do it? You think I can do it? Oh, they lit up the parking spot for me. I feel like I'm in an airplane landing. Alright. Let's go ahead and back in. Backing into the spot. Oh, I'm all jackknifed. I don't want to do that. I need to straighten out. Straighten out. Okay, that's not accomplishing what I want. I said straighten out. Straighten out. Oh, that's even worse. Make it stop. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm straightening. I'm straightening. Gradually. I think I understand why they allow you to skip parking now. This reminds me of the first time I played Elite Dangerous. I had absolutely no clue how to land in a space station. I would constantly fuck it up. And I couldn't figure out how it was supposed to work. I tried for like half an hour just to land. I figured they could have used a skip this landing button. But I guess that wouldn't be fair in multiplayer. Alright, fuck it. I got $5,600. And then I lost $1,600 for being late. Well, fuck. And then I lost a bunch of more money for crashing into people. But I did get a bonus for proficiency. I'm not sure exactly what proficiency means in this context, considering I have demonstrated no actual ability, but I'm happy to take the money. Give me them euros. And I got a level, so that's nice. Let me see here. I just noticed the background is subtly changing this whole time. It's kind of a cool effect. Is that some kind of shader or something? Looks really neat. I wonder how they're doing that. Anyway. I would like some high-value cargo because I need money to fix up my baby. I'm not sure they should be hiring me to transport high-value cargo. I think that is a poor business decision on their part, but I am happy to take their money. Alright. Yes. Alright. So I've got $6,400 now. And I feel like I should go visit a repair station because I might have enough money now to do some repairs. I hope they're open at night. I feel like they probably are. See if you guys have any questions before I jump in. Yeah, so there's no real problem with burnout of the screen with now that extended mode has been deprecated. Because, and I believe the consumer Oculus Rift is also going to have a proximity sensor. So what it should do is it should automatically turn off the screen every time it's not on your face. And so the only time that you could potentially get burn-in is if your proximity sensor is damaged, and you leave it in a Rift game, or I mean, maybe if you like wore it to bed every night, I don't know. But it's and in addition to that, there was a tweet from the. Let me grab this cargo. Flour. I want to fill my truck with flour. Let's do it. All right, where's my trailer? So there's a tweet from one of the HTC Vive people, or one of the Valve people, and it basically said that because low persistence means the screen is literally off 90% of the time, there's very little chance of it ever burning in, even if you do leave it running all the time, as long as it's in that low persistence mode. And normally it would be. I don't even know if they'll allow games to put it into full persistence mode in the future. I feel like they should, because there are certain situations where it's nice to have full persistence mode. For example, if that blurring during head motion can be desirable for the purpose of effect. For example, if you want to show that the character is like tipsy, or is in some kind of strange dream world, or something like that. Or it might also... Stop! Attach! I did it! I didn't even crash this time! I'm learning! Alright. So or in certain cases when you really need something to be super bright, like if someone's looking directly like at an explosion when it goes off, it can be nice to kind of switch into full persistence mode just as the explosion goes off. But most of the time, it's not really something that you want, because it's not that kind of blurring when you move your head is just not realistic, and it decreases the sense of realism in the scene. That's one thing I haven't commented on yet. When I played this on DK1, it was of course full persistence, so there's quite a bit of motion blur as I move my head around, and it's not the thing I remember most about this game, but I'm very glad that it's gone, because that's not something you normally encounter when driving a truck, and it certainly is not conducive to safe driving when you constantly feel like you're drunk. Did I not say I was going to get repairs? I can't leave this town yet. This town, whose name I don't know how to pronounce, whose nation I do not recognize. Okay, let's not run this red light. I think it was Rocklaw? I hope I have enough money. I almost lost money on that last mission. It was embarrassing. Mostly because I crashed all over the place. But I was enjoying the nightlife. You know how it is. Ah, such a beautiful scene. Oh, it's a roundabout. My worst enemy. Fuck. It's cool. I got this. One thing I like about this game is how they have routes. Like, you can see over there's a route on the right, and those guys are taking it. And I can't go that way. That is outside of the world bounds. But they still show it, and they still show that the world is bigger than what you can access. And I think that gives you kind of a sense of like maybe this is all of Europe and you can just only visit a small piece of it, but the whole thing is, you know, it's there. And it's not like it's just like they left out everything. Oh shit, that was my turn. That was my turn. Back it up. Oh, fuck it. I'll just make a U-turn or some shit. I don't know. Well, there's nobody behind me. Can I just back it up? Can I just back it up? So illegal. So illegal. I don't go very fast when I'm going backwards. Okay, here we go. So illegal. One of these days, I'm just gonna have like a big train of cop stars chasing after me, Grand Theft Auto style. And they'll be like, that was an illegal U-turn. I'll be like, okay, so it was an illegal U-turn, but did you really have to send 5 cops after me? And they were like, that was an illegal U-turn in the middle of the highway, directly into a cop car. I'll be like, well, I mean, we all have our struggles. I'm just gonna keep driving here. Over to the, oh Jesus. Last thing I want is an engine malfunction in the middle of an intersection. This actually did happen to me once. I was in a left turn lane at a stoplight, and my engine just died. Like, it would not turn on. It died. I tried to turn it on. I turned off my lights. I turned off my air conditioning. Tried to turn it on. It would not turn on. It was dead. I had to like get AAA out there, and like there was no place I could push my car, get it out of the way. I was like 3 lanes away from the shoulder, so I was causing enormous inconvenience to everyone, which was quite unfortunate. But I did eventually get some help. And that was on my way home from work at the time. I used to commute from the suburbs in Atlanta to the city, where I had a part-time job as a software developer in high school. Alright. Can I afford service? I cannot afford to fix all this shit. Can I afford to fix some of this shit? Well, I can't afford to fix my cabin. I can't afford to fix my chassis. It's just too much money. I guess I'll repair this other shit. Alright. Well, time for me to get out of here so I don't get another late penalty. Man, truckers have it rough. Alright. How do I get out of this godforsaken town? That was the wrong way to go. Good job. It's fine. Everything's fine. Alright, I'm on my way. Once I get out on the highway, I'll check out if you guys have more questions. So keep them coming in the chat. I am super excited for CES. John's going to be presenting there. Oculus has an enormous... Holy shit! I almost hit that truck. Alright. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, Oculus has an enormous booth at CES. I don't think I'm actually going to be attending CES. Probably not. I'll have to see where it's being held. But Oculus is just, like, if you look at the floor plan, they have one of the biggest booths out of any company at CES, period. It is enormous. They're probably going to have, like, 10 demo stations. They're probably going to be showing tons of launch titles. It's going to be amazing. And I cannot wait for everything that's going to come out of CES, especially if pre-orders come out of CES. The moment pre-orders are available, I'm going to order 2 CV1s right off the bat. I'm going to be fully prepared. I might even order 3, just to be safe. I think I'll start with 2, and if I really need another one, then I can always grab a 3rd one. But usually I just need usually I just have like 1 and then another for backup. And the backup one I just leave kind of in its case. So, but if I might want a 3rd one to take into work. Work is supposed to get me my own though, so I'll see how it goes. Alright. Oh, stop! Holy shit, my engine! Okay, well, that happened. My engine stopped literally as I was approaching that light, and I could not stop my truck. Apparently my engine is instrumental in the braking mechanism. Good to know. I think once I repair my chassis, this annoying behavior will go away. But I need to earn money if I'm going to get shit repaired. Alright, let's roll. Taking the bridge out of town. Oh, look at this pretty bridge. Look at those blue beams. Are these representing real landmarks in Europe, or are they just kind of generic things? On my way, night driving. I feel like I need to make like a mixtape of just like lots of driving songs, like like, I don't know, like On the Road and On the Road Again. I Can't Drive 55. What are other good driving songs? Jesus Take the Wheel? I don't know. I'm a big fan of Anna Nalick. A lot of her songs are driving related, like Wreck of the Day. Driving away from the wreck of the day and the light's always red in the rear view. She also has a Car Crash, which is also about love. I think all of her car-related songs are actually about love. Except for, she did a cover of, what was that song called? There's a song about a celebrity who was in a big car crash. She did a cover of it. I'm trying to remember. I just don't remember right now. But it's a really cool song. She does a great job on it. I think it was originally like a new wave song or something. Anna Nalick is like my favorite thing ever. Like, except if she is literally the closest thing I have to spirituality. That and tower cranes. I love cranes. I'll come back to that later. I was seriously considering making a crane simulator in VR. Because I want to operate a crane more than anything. At some point I might just like take a sabbatical in my career as a software developer and just go get a license and become an actual crane operator. I should do it. Nobody says I can't. All right. I could just say it's research for my simulator title. Totally business justification. It's like those actors, you know, they get a job as a chef for like 2 months so they can like practice for their role as a chef in a movie. All these signs, I don't know what they mean. Oh, I said I was going to see what people are talking about. So let me take a look now. Oh, I'm almost to a rest stop. I should take a rest. Can do the rest of this drive in the daytime. Oh, but then my shipment might be late. Better not. I'll rest when I'm dead. I feel like the game mechanics have literally just recreated the life of a trucker and how frustrating it is. That is amazing. They actually got me to say that. Alright. While I'm stuck behind this guy. See what people are talking about. Oh, come on. Don't die on me. Don't die on me. Hang in there, baby. Baby, you can do it. I believe in you. You are my first truck. The first truck I ever had. You never forget your first truck. Alright. What are people talking about? Oh, it's so hard driving at night and also reading comments. Vive says they have some sort of breakthrough. Yeah, so I'm actually really interested in this, but I have no idea what it is. So, as you know, the Vive was supposed to ship this year already. They didn't. And they just passed their FCC testing. So I figure that's part of the reason they didn't ship is they hadn't passed their FCC testing yet. But additionally, they tweeted out, and they tweeted out the statement that said that they had a major technological breakthrough, and they had decided that it was worth it to wait for the release so they could get that feature into the Vive. And I have been speculating like crazy about what the hell could be important enough that they decide to actually delay the whole release for it. What could be that awesome? What could be that awesome? You know, there's a bunch of things that could be that awesome, but which of them are actually plausible? Which of them are things that could actually come out in 2 to 3 months? Where 2 to 3 months could make a difference. Like, you know, they're not going to like revolutionize displays, revolutionize haptics overnight. What could 2 to 3 months actually make a difference with? And the most plausible theory I've heard so far is that they're doing something with HDR displays. For games like this, where you're like driving around in the daylight, in the night, it would make a big difference to be able to really see the very strong contrast between brightly lit areas and much darker areas that you would see in real life. In real life, the difference between shade and direct sunlight it's enormous. It's something like 1,000 times brighter, and our eyes don't. It doesn't look 1,000 times brighter to our eyes because I might be exaggerating that number, but it's a big difference. It's like many stops on a camera, and this is why it's so hard to take a picture outdoors with a cheap camera, because either your shadows end up looking undersaturated, your shadows end up being underexposed, or your sunlit regions being overexposed, because there's just too much range in that brightness. But if displays are even worse. Like, displays cannot even capture as much range of light as a cheap camera could. They can only emit a very limited range of light, standard cell phone and monitor displays. But they're starting to manufacture displays that'll have a much larger range of light, where you can get these really dark shadows and really bright lights in the same scene at the same time. And that'll be awesome, but unfortunately, just making new displays is not enough, because if you just made displays where you have a larger range of values, then you would end up having a lot of artifacts when you spread those values over only 256 discrete color or 256 discrete brightness values, which is what they do right now. And they can do that right now because the total range of brightness is just not that big. So the difference in brightness between, say, 70 and 71 it's visible, but not like a big deal. But if your range was, 10 or 20 times bigger, then suddenly the difference between 70 and 71 would be like a huge noticeable shade, and you would end up with all these artifacts like banding. And so in order to deal with this, they have to simultaneously increase the color depth of the displays. So usually you want at least 10 bits per channel, sometimes 12 or 14 bits per channel, and this just changes every part of the system. You have to have a screen that supports it. You have to have a video card that can support processing that kind of video data. You have to have a game engine that can support textures of 10 bits per channel. That can. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, that was just a bridge. Okay. I was worried I was about to run into a barrier. And you do have to revamp all that stuff, but once you do, the opportunity to have that sunlit scenes where you have that amazing contrast between brightly lit areas and shadows, even if it can't quite replicate the real difference of real life, it's so much more compelling than just the very kind of limited range of values that we have on displays today. And I think that's in the realm of plausibility, and it's something they've talked about before in tweets. They were researching HDR displays like last year. So and there was a tweet from them where they said something to the effect of, once you try this new thing, your other headsets will never look the same to you again. And that's definitely the kind of experience you could get out of a good HDR display. So I believe that's what they could be doing. It's totally plausible. Holy shit, I'm in Praha. Slow down. I was not supposed to navigate the roundabout at quite that speed. Okay. It's fine. I'm a professional. And I probably didn't want to stop in the middle of the road. Get going, girl. Come on. Come on. Come on. And... oh, that's not how I do it. I'm supposed to back in. Fuck it. Excellent! I got my first excellent. And I got money. I got 5,000 euros. That's like 50,000 US dollars. I'm exaggerating slightly. And I did not get a new level, but I don't care. I got no penalties. I had no crashes. That was spectacular. That was no problem. And I'm back at home in the Czech Republic. Alright. Huh, okay. Well, with all this money I have now, oh, that's still not enough money to fix my shit, is it? Alright. Well, we're gonna have to do another mission. What's this email about? Drivers with phone equipment needed. We are looking for skilled drivers with their own trucks for a large number of deliveries. We have competitive rates up to 6,100 per job. That's okay. That's market rate. I think I could get just the same literally anywhere else. Okay, I think it's time to take a nap. What are people talking about while I'm hanging out here? I'm gonna pull into a parking space, answer some questions while I'm resting. Where's the parking in this joint? Who builds a warehouse without parking? Come on. Is that parking over there? Is that parking over there? Can't see a damn thing. Alright, that's not parking, that's not parking. I'm going to a hotel for the night. I am off the clock. And you can deal. I'll be back for this. Do. Alright. Heading over to the hotel. So as soon as I get to the hotel, I will answer some of your questions. I saw something about Leap Motion. So I don't entirely understand what Leap Motion is working on right now. I know they have a second generation Leap Motion called Dragonfly. They have a prototype of that. It's a very cool prototype. It has cameras that are appropriately spaced for augmented reality applications at the average IPD of the human eye. Come on. Come on, baby. You can do it. I believe in you. I'll get some rest. We'll do a little work. Then we'll get you fixed up. It'll be good. So Leap Motion's coming out with Dragonfly. And Dragonfly, in addition to enabling augmented reality applications, has both... wait, where am I? This isn't a hotel. This isn't even comfortable. Oh, parking. Sweet. And my engine dies like a foot from the parking space. Can I nap yet? I cannot nap here for some reason. It looked like a parking space to me, but apparently doesn't count. That's fine. There's got to be a working... maybe I just didn't drive into it quite right. I'm gonna... looks like the hotel symbol is over here. Oh, parking spots. Alright. Let's take a nap. Okay, what are you folks talking about? Yep. So, the, okay, so 5,000 euros is only 5,500 US dollars. So I grossly exaggerated. And yeah, I can, like, I don't feel like I need to have pass-through or augmented reality just to see my keyboard, because I know my keyboard pretty well. At least enough for like WASD. You can just leave your hand in the right spot, and it's not a big deal. And I can feel where spacebar is. I'm a blind typer, so I kind of feel where the keys are relative to other keys. There are certain keys whose feeling I recognize, like, and I like put my pinky like at the corner and reach out to the appropriate spot. I can feel the little bump on the F key and the J keys. They help get me oriented. But I definitely wouldn't mind having keyboard tracking, having a little avatar for my keyboard that looks like a keyboard of exactly the same model, just floating in front of me. At least that would give me a reference for where the keys are. That would be useful for people who don't know the layout super well. Where was I going? Was I going to pick up cargo here? I believe I was. Let's pick up cargo right here. And Dragonfly is going to be very cool because they have the old Leap Motion had only. Oh, this is a repair shop. Okay, can I afford to repair anything? Almost. Look at this. Look at this. I have 10,154. I need 10,284 to repair my cabin. It's fine. Can I partially repair my chassis with all of my money? Holy shit, I have negative money. Oh, that's trouble. I really didn't want to go into debt, especially when I'm already in debt. Oh boy. As long as it stops my engine from fucking up, I will deal with it. Is my engine still not fixed? If so, that is bullshit. Unqualified bullshit. Alright, I need to pick something up. What is this over here? Is this another thing that I can... Is this upgrades? That's a truck dealer. This is for buying trucks. I ain't buying no trucks anytime soon. I'm just a poor trucker. So Dragonfly, in addition to having infrared cameras, so the original Leap Motion has only infrared cameras. It cannot see in color. It cannot see normal light. It only sees infrared. I mean, it sees some red light as well, but it's mostly infrared. I knew. Did I just run a red light? Yeah, fuck it. And the Dragonfly is going to have both infrared cameras and regular color cameras, and so they'll be able to combine those, which lets them do some interesting new algorithms, and additionally lets you do augmented reality applications. So it's very exciting. It's a great development while still being economical and plausible, which are great qualities for hardware to have these days. There are plenty of promising VR systems that are either not plausible to actually build or not plausible to build such that any reasonable consumer can ever buy them. And Leap Motion is one of those products that's really proven they can make a consumer affordable product. My main issue with them is so far they've been really focused on bare hand tracking using only cameras. And I honestly think that's the wrong path. They're always going to be limited by occlusion when you have your hand like this and you bend your fingers, and the camera can't see what your fingers are doing on the other side of your hand. And there's literally no way around that. Oh, my truck is so messed up. So I think... Okay. So I think... Oh, where do I want to go? Potatoes. You know, I want to carry some ore. I can pretend I'm playing Minecraft. The truck edition. Okay, where am I taking this ore again? Your trailer's ready. Proceed to the loading area. Oh, it's right behind me. Okay. So, I really feel... I'm a big fan of finger tracking solutions that use IMUs. I showed one of them on my channel a little bit earlier. Oh, what was that one called? I'm blanking on the name right now. But I showed one on my channel earlier where you wear a glove. I got the trailer! I didn't even crash. Where you wear a glove, and there's little IMUs on each of your knuckles in these little boxes, and it actually tracks how much your finger is bending. And once you have an optical solution and you have an IMU-based solution, you can combine them to have something that's much more resistant to occlusion, that can handle much more complex gestures. And I think that's totally the way to go. I think that's what Leap Motion should be doing. I think that's what we should be doing for finger tracking in general. We should be combining optical and IMU-based solutions. And so far, we just haven't really done that. Like, that's what Control VR said they were going to do. They said they were going to use an optical solution for tracking the center tracker, the center sensor, and then they were going to use forward kinematics and IMUs to track the hands and the arms. And basically, Control VR got fucked over by business people who messed it up. So that project just died, and it was very sad. Oops, I just crashed a little bit. It's fine. That was very sad, and a lot of the kind of the scientists behind that, the engineers behind that, the marketers and really great developers and promoters around that, all those people just got kicked out on their ass and replaced by completely incompetent people. And so Control VR is dead. And it's sad because it was a great project, and I did give them $600, but I think they were on the right track. I think systems for finger tracking, first of all, is really important. A lot of the subtlety of how we interact with the world is through the motion of our fingers. The idea that they had actual demos where people can communicate remotely via sign language with their avatars in virtual worlds was amazing. And I would love to see a return to that concept. Like right now, all the big players are really focusing on hand tracking rather than finger tracking, and I think that's the right call because that is the cheapest option and it gets you, 80% of the way there. But I think finger tracking is a very natural next step, and it's going to make a big difference. Come to think of it, is it possible that that's the big revelation of the new Vive? That would be interesting. I really doubt it, but it would be interesting. But I am a big fan of finger tracking. I hope we're going to see more of those hybrid solutions because, Leap Motion definitely has its applications, but the reliability is just not quite where you need it for sustained use. Like I was able to play through a game with it, but it was a game where I literally use only one finger all the time, and that's just not going to cut it. You need to be able to reliably, like 99.9% of the time, reliably get those gestures that people are doing and reproduce them. And that's just not something you can do with an optical only system. That's just my opinion. Maybe as they improve it, they'll reach that threshold using new machine learning techniques. I don't know. Maybe it's possible to do pure optical and make it work. And I'm sure they're trying as hard as they can. But that's just how I feel about it right now. Like, people say, oh, gamers don't want to wear gloves. Well, that's just like people saying people don't want to put a Rift on their head. People put shit on when it adds enough value for them to do so. And I think if you build it and then you build the compelling experiences that use it, people will put it on their body and they will be happy to do it. And it might be nice in the long term if we can have magic cameras just detect everything we're doing without having to wear anything at all, and we can just be playing games naked in our room. But in the meantime, oh come on engine, hang in there. In the meantime, I think we may have to live with some compromises where we do a little bit of dressing up. And you can streamline that procedure. Like, it doesn't have to be 10 minutes to put on all your shit every single time you want to play a game. You can put on some things for some games, some things for other games. You can attach all the sensors to some kind of suit or vest that you just wrap on and zip up and it's on. I don't know. You can find ways to make it streamlined and reasonable. Okay. Where am I going? I don't even know what country I'm driving to now. I should probably check my map. See if I remember how to check my map. Map. World map. There it is. Oh, I'm going to Brno? What country is this? I should know this. Okay, so this is Czech Republic. This is Germany. This is Poland. I was right, it was Poland. This is more Germany. I don't know where Brno is. This is France, obviously. I guess someone can explain that to me. I'm sorry, I'm so bad with geography. And I rush into action. They actually do a thing, I don't know if you noticed there, but when you come out of the pause menu, they show your truck first and the environment, and then your truck speeds up. So you're not just directly thrust back into the game. So I think that was a very cool VR-friendly adjustment. I feel like Euro Truck Simulator is one of the games that's really done a great deal of experimentation and investment in VR, figuring out ways to make it work. For example, when I first tried out DK1, the crashes were super, like, just stomach destroying. They were really uncomfortable, and even though I am more resistant now, it's evident that they've done a lot to make those crashes not so jarring and jolting and terrifying. And you know, if I was in a car crash in real life, I might actually throw up from the force, but I think it makes sense to have the game not have you replicate that experience unless you really, really want to. I don't know, maybe sometimes I think it makes sense to actually have an option to make things as unpleasant as they would be in real life, so you can get some of that genuine experience. Like, games aren't necessarily supposed to be fun, especially simulations. They're supposed to give you a feeling for what it's like. And like when you go to a horror movie, you're not going because you want to smile and laugh and have fun. You're going because you want to be scared, and you enjoy being scared. And I think part of what games haven't really figured out yet is how to make the player uncomfortable in a way that is okay versus in ways that are definitely not okay. And I don't know, I'm not sure to what extent that applies to VR sickness, if VR sickness is just a kind of discomfort that's never okay to force the player to have, or if there are times when it's justified in the context of the game. Maybe not quite to the point of actually vomiting. I feel like that would interrupt the gameplay just a little. But maybe, you know, a little dizziness, a little discomfort would not be the end of the world. Trying to see what people are doing without crashing into the guardrail. I nearly exited by mistake. Crash vehicle? Oh, did I just ram somebody? Fuck. Sorry. I didn't even notice. You're probably dead. Sorry. Oh, no sense apologizing to dead people. On my way. So it looks like I'm still streaming just fine. I actually wanted to check on the stream quality. Are you guys getting much buffering? Are you getting much skipping? Are you getting the full 1080p 60 experience? Because I am streaming at 1080p 60. This is my first time streaming in my new apartment with my new better internet connection. And I really hope it's going to be a good stream for everybody. I know some people are limited by their own ISPs, but I'm hoping at least I'm not going to have trouble on my end. It's always possible Comcast could cut out. This is still residential service. It's not like business service with guaranteed uptime. But at least for most of the time, I don't have much issue with them losing service. All right, taking a little exit. On we go. I think the stream is delayed something like 10 seconds. It's not bad. So I can actually have a... Oh god. Don't crash into me. Please stop. Okay, I've arrived at the city of Veen. Alright, here I am. What was I talking about? Something about the stream. Yeah, so hopefully I'm encoding and uploading at 9,000 kilobits per second. My connection should handle 25,000. So I should be completely in the clear. But I might, if I have temporary reduction in bandwidth, you might see skipping or something, just let me know. But hopefully it'll be great. Come on. I know these lights aren't as long as real lights, but they're still frustrating. Ah! What did I run into? Did somebody drive into me? The fuck is wrong with these people? Am I the only one who knows how to drive on this continent? Brno. Are there two cities here? Veen and Brno? Like together? I don't understand how this country works. And I just ran a red light. Fuck. That's what I get. Fuck it. Already ran it now. Might as well go. As long as I don't crash into another truck. Those cars will stop for me if they know it's good for them. Alright. I am arrived. My glory is at hand. And done. Good work. It's not excellent, but it's okay. And I got a good $4,000. That'll go a long way towards fixing up my shit. Gets me out of the hole. I could not be happier. Actually, I don't think I'm going to be able to... I can do a little more fixing. I don't want to go too far into debt with the fixing. But my engine is definitely being a pain. Alright. What are you folks talking about? Everyone keeps wanting me to, like, drive people off the road and run them over. Does YouTube allow the 3D option during streaming? I don't think they do. I think that's an option you have to set on an uploaded video. And I usually don't even set it on my uploaded videos. And the reason for this is it's pretty long and complicated. I'll talk about it. So YouTube has a 3D option that lets you watch 3D videos using a variety of different things, like your red, blue glasses, your 3D monitor. I should just repair my shit. And I don't like to use it for riff videos because it's actually designed for 3D movies. And 3D movies are different from 3D riff videos in one very important way, and that way is the aspect ratio. Rift games usually render at an aspect ratio that is roughly square, usually 8 to 9. And this is because in real life, the aspect ratio of your field of view is roughly square. You see roughly about the same amount up and down that you do left and right. Well, okay, that's not exactly true. You actually see more left and right, but... Oh shit, don't want to go that... Can't go that way. Back it up, back it up. Oh Jesus, don't run into my yellow truck. Why did I try to go through the X's? What the hell am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, I'm sorry everybody. It's not my fault. There are invisible boundaries in the world. I know you can't see them. Okay. What was I talking? Oh yeah. So the trouble is that when you is that riff videos have that square aspect ratio, and when you reduce the aspect ratio to 16:9 for YouTube, you either have to drastically reduce the vertical field of view, or you have to add sidebars to the left and right. And either way you do it, it's just not a good viewing experience, so I don't like to do it that way. And additionally, it cuts because it stretches it out, it actually upsamples it. Where the hell am I going? I gotta make a U-turn, head back into town. Not gonna get anything repaired back here. And it also, because it stretches it vertically, it upsamples it. Ugh. Whoa, this sign looks huge up close. It's like 3 meters long. Look at that thing. Look at that giant bean. Alright, so because it reduces the resolution and because it doesn't preserve the aspect ratio, that's why I don't like to use the YouTube 3D feature. I did do one test video using it. I just didn't like how it turned out. Another reason I don't like it is because for users who are not logged into YouTube, it actually defaults to monoscopic view. And I think when it's in I've used monoscopic view in some recent videos, but I think when you have monoscopic view, it's just not as obvious that you've got a VR video going on. The two views kind of suggest that you have the left eye and the right eye, and that you're viewing it inside a headset. And so I like to have both of those whenever I can. It may increasingly become the case that I just cannot capture. Oh shit! I'm fine. Like I said, it may increasingly become the case that I just cannot capture games in stereo. Because not all games make it possible. They don't all render to the mirror window in stereo or offer an option to do so. Unity, by default, now renders monoscopic only to the mirror window and doesn't render stereo to the mirror window. And there's no easy way to capture the image on the Rift's display in direct mode. So I might just be stuck with recording monoscopic mode for a lot of my games, but I really do love doing stereo mode. I'm very fond of performing. Did I forget to pick up my load? No, I don't. I might have. Oh, what is this? Is this the bank? This garage is for sale. Regrettably, you cannot afford to buy it right now. Fuck you. Alright. I like doing stereo because I like doing the magic eye trick so you can see everything in stereo on your screen, on your monitor. I like to be able to watch things in the Rift using Virtual Desktop and its stereo playback support. But if that option's not feasible, then I'm just not going to do it. I also like it because it does, like I said before, preserve the aspect ratio. Otherwise, you have to start adding sidebars or cutting it or something. And I prefer not to do that unless I really have to. I was thinking when I do monoscopic videos of like putting a sidebar of like information about the game, and with my head cam, my face cam, and like current status in the game, things like that. There's lots of things I could put over there, and that would help also help preserve the aspect ratio. So that's something I'm considering for the future. Is there seriously not a repair shop in this town? And I'm still in debt? How am I still in debt? Was I not paid? Oh man, being a trucker is hard. And yeah, well, okay, sorry, I was looking at questions. I really want to see more games that have built-in, more VR games that have built-in recording, especially built-in 360 recording. I would love to be able to record just, you know, a 5-minute session of driving around in this game. And you know, I could record it offline. I could produce an offline 4K 360-degree video. I could put the same narration over it about what I'm doing, except then you would have the ability to actually turn your head on your own. So you would be able to look all around the cabin. You would be able to look at what I'm driving by. You would have full control over your head. And you really need that for a comfortable experience when you're sharing a VR experience in VR. You can, just watching somebody else and having them move your head around for you is never ever going to be comfortable. Turn! Just turn! They can't stop you. I'll back you up on this. Okay. What is that place? Hello. Let's have a little look. Looks like they got goodies for me. This is a very narrow entrance. I am not comfortable with this. Okay, forklifts and low-bed semi-trailers. Huh. Do I want to deliver a truckload of forklifts? I believe the answer is hell yes. Let's go. Where are my forklifts at? There they are. Oh, check it out. Check it out. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, I'm gonna have to do the thing where I back into them. I'm gonna be a truck pulling forklifts. A thing that moves things that move things. Alright. That was a terrible start. Inauspicious, if I may say so. Come on, come on. Oh, Jesus, stop, stop, stop. Okay. Pull forward just a little. Ah! Not that much. Okay. No, no, not like that. Come on. This game is playing with my emotions. They gave me my own truck. And then they were like, oh no, your truck is broken. Your brand new truck that you love so much. Don't you want to give us $25,000 to fix it? What, you don't have $25,000? I guess you better go do some missions then. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'll carry your forklifts, and I'll enjoy it. I'll love those forklifts. Look at them. Look at them. How many am I dragging 3 forklifts with me? Awesome. 1 truck, 3 forklifts. Alright, it's about time to get rolling. See if I can pull out of here without slamming into anybody. Ah! My forklifts! Oh, I'm caught on the wall. God damn it. I can't... My turning radius isn't small enough. Goddamn trucks. Do not. Do not. I'm getting out of this... cars. Everybody who has ever driven a car is a jerk. Alright. Guess I'm on my way. At least it's not a roundabout. Got my forklifts ready to roll. What else do I want to talk about? Let me think. So I don't know if I mentioned, for some reason I never wrote this up. I actually did get to try the Oculus Touch at one point, down at Oculus headquarters, and it is spectacular. I have never seen... Stop! I've never seen a hand tracking system that is so precise. I think the most telling moment was when the Oculus guy told me to like put out my index fingers and go like this and put them together. And like I did that based on watching the hands in VR, and like my fingertips in VR and in real life touched together at exactly the same moment. It was unreal. That level of precision. It is millimeters. It is tiny, tiny. And with that level of precision, there's so much you can do. So much in terms of subtle gestures. They have a limited form of finger tracking. I'm not very fond of this kind of limited finger tracking, but it is a lot better than no finger tracking at all. They can tell when you're pushing a button, and additionally, they can tell when you are almost pushing a button. It has a sensor on the button that detects how much your finger is over it. So if your finger's super far away, it'll just be like, there's no finger, I don't see any finger. But as your finger gets closer, it starts to detect that your finger is near the button. Look at this pretty lake. Is this another reservoir or is this a lake? I could not tell. All right. And like, I mean, with subtle gestures, there's so much you can do to replace traditional controls with kind of hand gestures that are much more natural. Do I need gas? I'm fine. I don't need gas. Fine. My gas tank is at, looks like about half. Okay, I'm fine. Probably fine. Alright. It's kind of hard to see through this holographic display to my actual dashboard behind it. Oh, I just noticed there's a fuel meter on my holographic display. It's at the top. It's the little orange guy. So, there it is. Windmills! Who needs 3? The first one, I broke it. Alright. What was I talking about? Let me think. Let me see if you guys have any... I should see if you have questions. This is a really windy road, though, so I would probably crash. You know what they say, don't text and drive. Okay. Okay, I'm ready to glance. Have I tried the Vive? And what do I think of its controllers compared to the Rift? So, I have tried the Vive. There's actually a Vive at my work. I'm going to try it a lot more. Just last week at SPVR, I tried Tilt Brush. And I also tried VR Chat in the Vive. And they were amazing. I especially enjoyed Tilt Brush. I felt like I could have spent hours in there. I was like creating like 3D art and like walking all around it, and like I was able to like save it and take pictures of it and send it to people, and like I love Tilt Brush. Like the moment I get a Vive, I swear I'm just gonna like do a Tilt Brush stream and like just draw whatever random shit comes to my head. It was awesome. Oh my god, they're moving logs! Look at that, they're moving logs. Hi! And my engine stops. Okay. Let me think. So to compare the Vive controllers to the Touch, honestly, it's like I don't even know. Like they're so similar in terms of their precision, in terms of their functionality. Like Touch offers finger tracking, but I haven't seen anybody use it for much yet. And the Vive, you know, they both track their head and hands in the same system. They both track them extremely precisely. The Vive doesn't have that finger tracking feature, but the Vive controllers are also more appropriate in some situations. Like if you have a game like, say, Oculus Maximus, which was the Oculus Rift Gladiator fighting game. In that game, you had they used the Razor Hydra as a sword, and when you are holding a sword, make sure I'm on the right path here. Yeah, I'm fine. When you're holding a sword, when you're holding a bat, a club, anything like that, it makes total sense to have your hand like wrapped around something that feels like some kind of stick, and that feels very natural. But when you're playing a different kind of game, when you're playing a game in which, come on, hang in there. I need to fix up this thing. When you're playing a different kind of game, got to get these forklifts through. Like a game where, for example, a game like a social VR experience, where most of your hand gestures are intended for communication with other people. When you're in an experience where you are sculpting clay, basically anything that in real life you would do with your bare hands is not that great with the Vive controller. For example, one of the experiences I've tried on the Vive is Job Simulator, and the first level was one where you play being a chef, and come on, hang in there. And when you simulate being a chef and you're like picking up a tomato and putting it in the pot using a Vive controller, it doesn't feel like you're picking up a tomato and putting it in the pot. What it feels like is you're holding a tool. You're holding tongs or chopsticks or something else, and you're using that to pick up the tomato and put it in the pot. And you know, when you actually are using a tool, when you have a sword, when you have nunchucks, when you have a rake, then it makes sense to have that rod in your hand. But when you're just trying to use your bare hands directly, I think the Oculus Touch is a more natural and intuitive fit. That's my verdict on it. And I kind of wish that you could do both. I wish there was one system that could do both. I wish, for example, there was a glove you could wear that would track your hand, and then you could like hold a sword or a stick, and it would give you that feeling that you're holding something, or you could not hold it, and then you would feel open-handed. I think they're both important. I think they both need to be simulated correctly, and no, neither one of them is doing it 100% right. Pre-recorded tilt brush sessions. That would be awesome. Does it let you do that? Can you like play back a tilt brush session that somebody else did and watch them drawing? Because replay functionality is something that's really lacking in a lot of VR games today, and it's super, super important because you want people to be able to get in there and relive the same exact experience that you did. And there's no, like, you can't really do that with a video. Like, if someone's playing, like Dark Souls, you can watch the video and you get basically the same experience that they got on their screen. They might have gotten some other tactile feedback from their controller or whatever, but mostly you get the same experience. But in VR, you do not get the same experience from a video. I feel like I'm driving around the countryside in a truck. And I get this sense of atmosphere. I feel like this sense of space, like I get that sense of panic as my truck rams up towards something super fast. You cannot replicate that with a video-based experience. And but if you could replay this, if you could be sitting in that passenger seat, listening to me talking, saying all these things, looking around as I drive, if you could be sitting there when I crash into somebody, you would feel that same sense of panic that I do when I crash into somebody. And that's what we need. We need replays. Replays are so essential in VR. I think every VR experience should have them. I know it's another feature to add to a long list of features, but when it comes, like, sharing experiences is part of how good games become famous games. It's how Minecraft became a phenomenon. It's all about sharing, and sharing starts with the ability to share the experience in its entirety with other people, and to be able to add your own value onto that. And I think replays are going to be so important for that. And 360 video also is fits in nicely with replays, because once you have that replay functionality, you can just attach that directly to a 360 capture script like the one I created for Unity, and then it's a relatively simple matter to just go frame by frame and convert that replay into a 360 video. And then once you have that 360 video, anybody can replay that experience. They don't have to have the software installed. They don't have to have the game installed. They can stream it directly from their HMD. They don't have to have the same HMD. They don't have a HMD supported by the game. They can watch it on their Gear VR, stream it off YouTube, do whatever they want. And so replay is really the linchpin that makes all of that work. Looks like I'm coming on a town. Low bridge, everybody down. Low bridge, for we're coming to a town. Well, that's not a town, it's a rest stop. I ain't resting. I got things to do, forklifts to move, places to be. Alright. Somebody says when they played Job Simulator, they didn't know they were supposed to be a chef, and they tried to kill the robot, throwing the knife at it. Unfortunately, it does not let you kill the robot, although I think it would be highly amusing if they did allow the game to have some kind of amusing response in that situation. I always admire it when devs go out of their way to add some kind of cute little response that happens when you do something silly. that was kind of a staple of old text adventure games. Like, they would have playtesters go through, and the playtesters would do weird things, and then they would just add responses for those things. And, you know, you would get random things. Like, there's this old adventure game where, like, the very first thing a bunch of players did was try to fuck the maid when they came into the mansion. And they were like, well, we didn't expect them to do that, but we'll put a response in for that. And they did. And it makes some joke about you, like, that not being a good idea in front of your wife who was with you at the time. This is my exit. All right. Here we go. Some of you know what game I'm talking about. I saw a replay on YouTube recently. I played it at some point myself. Been a long time. It's a very old game. And a very bad game. Okay, we have arrived in Graz. I don't remember what country this one is in either. I feel like I really need to brush up on my European geography. Ah! Jesus. Hang in there, baby. You okay, forklifts? I'm sorry, forklifts. I still love you. Alright. Let's roll. Yep, red light. Red light! Stop! Fuck. Alright. We're in town. Am I playing with a wheel? I'm not playing with a wheel right now. I'm playing with mouse and keyboard, just because I didn't feel like setting it up. I do have a wheel on my bookshelf. I may bring it back out later. It's partly because this game just has a bunch of controls that I didn't want to have to learn, like assign them all the buttons and stuff, and that would have just taken a while. Ah, Jesus. Okay, out of my way. There's a forklift emergency here. Forklift emergency. Ah, stop. Fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on. Alright, thank you. I keep forgetting my truck has a shitty turning radius. There we go. See, other truckers know to stop for me. Alright. Bringing in my forklifts. Taking them to Graz. Somebody in this town is going to be lifting crates. Thanks to me. Dude, whoa, that sun. Ah! Red light. No, green light. Never mind. That sun you see up there on my right, the setting sun, the sun appears to be stereoscopically in front of the factory, although it is occluded by the factory. That's one of those common errors in ported VR applications, where the skybox is not rendered at the proper stereoscopic depth, or elements of the skybox, like the sun in this case, and that's just a thing they have to fix. It's always super weird to see a conflict between occlusion and stereoscopy, because your eyes are telling you simultaneously, this thing is in front of this thing, but also this thing is behind this thing. It's a very hard to describe phenomenon. It feels kind of like somebody like took a notch, like took some cuts out of the sun, and then they moved it really close to you. That's the best way I can think to describe it. Alright. We are almost there. Hopefully I didn't lose too much money on damage this time around. I got you forklifts! I am the deliverer of the lifter of the forks. They don't actually lift forks. They use forks to do lifting. There's my spot. Let's drop her off. Forklifts delivered from Brno to Graz. And I lost €1,000 for being a little bit reckless on my damage. but I'm doing okay. I got level 3. I got a satisfactory rating, and I got myself $6,000. Awesome. Alright guys, you know what? This might be time for me to sign off the stream for now. So, I am all ready to clear off for today. I've been taking this time to get used to the game, to learn the controls. I might do like a formal video on it at some point, which will be a bit more organized, talking about the features and stuff, but I just wanted to do the stream since I was playing it today. That is all for today. If you ever have any questions for me, just send me an email, leave me a comment on one of my videos. I'll try and get back to you as soon as I can. I'm always happy to talk to fans, to anybody. And definitely also visit the Skype official Everyday VR Skype group chat. A bunch of fans hang out there. They talk. I hang out there and talk to them sometimes, and it's a lot of fun. I will drop a link to that in the stream chat. Let me just figure it out. All right, here it comes. All right, so. All right, so there's the link to the Everyday VR Skype group chat. Come hang with us. And that is all for today. I'm going to be putting up new episodes of The Telos Principle and Zelda Wind Waker, and I want to play more demos. As soon as I get my hands on a Note 5 and a new Gear VR, I'm going to be doing more Gear VR titles. Hopefully the added power of the new Note 5 will help me to record and play games at the same time more effectively. It's a very demanding device. And let me know what demos you want to see me play on DK2. Let me know if you want to see development tutorials. Just let me know what you want me to produce, because I'm always looking for ideas. That is all for today, and everybody have a great every day.